Yeah. Mic check, Rome. Talk to me. How we feeling? How we feeling? Let's get a roll call up in the realm right quick. How my levels are sounding. Let's see what's going on. Talk to me. You know what today is? What's going on, man? Oh, man. Okay. I see what you do. We got the LFGs. YNWA. You never walk alone. Okay. I love the energy. Jimmy Equid. What's going on? James. Can't pronounce your name, but I'm going to try. Arsenic. This is my favorite podcast. What's up? Punty. What's going on? Okay. You see Sarah Vaughn in the future? I hope so, too. Yeah, the Hooded Canuck, what's going on? Gerald Mack. I'm going to read your super chat now because the way the day's going to go is going to be maybe super chat after the situation kind of day. The OG $10. All hail the ILP salute. Lords, LordCognito, Lord King, Sovereign. Attic is the Lord's Day. Keep it respectful. Great get for Lord Peter Moore. Hashtag Graybeards. Hashtag We Them Boys. We outside. For sure. This is a day for the realm. This is a day because of you guys, because of everyone here. Y'all made this happen. Y'all definitely showed the support, and we shot our shot. And this is beautiful. And the legend, you already know what's coming through. Barry, I can't pronounce, Exalian, what's going on? Boozy the Crown, what's going on? ZGL7, let's go ILP, gonna be a great show, what's going on? Official Young Dreads, the artiste, what's going on? I see you. Good to see y'all up in here early. Astro Cyborg, Pop Nop, what's going on? Yeah, this Pain, my mans, what's going on? Parker, what's going on? Oh, y'all in here. It's Timmy, what's up? Y'all in here, hustling, motivate. Y'all in here, wondering, oh, y'all in here. Winter Soldier, I'm seeing faces. Lucius Augustus, let's go. How hype are you? I'm hype. I ain't gonna front. I ain't even gonna hold you. But yeah, this is a big one. Very humble, you know. The legend has graced us. Said he will come through, so we're gonna get him in here. We're gonna show him the proper respect. You know what I mean? We got some fun. We're gonna talk some games. We're gonna talk some history. We also gonna hit y'all. Shout out to my man Hip Hop Gamer. Got a new Senjutsu Sage up here. Oh man, we got family up in it. It's crazy. Oh man, Jovar's in here. We got Iceland in the building. Oh, everybody. The Sid Vendetta's up in here. Let's go, Jigga J. Oh, y'all showing love today. Let's go. I'm hype. Yeah. So we definitely gonna show some love. We got thank you, Pop Now to say we deserve it. Yeah, we've been grinding a long time. These are the moments as a podcaster you live for. You live for moments like this. So you wanna have fun, show respect. King David won 3K. King won a lot. Robin Kelly, what's up? Time for some Sega, time for some 360. Oh yeah, we gonna talk of that. We gonna talk that EA. We gonna talk a lot. But I also want to show some love to my brother Hip Hop Gamer. Lloyd Metroid, what up? We're gonna debut one of his new video as well while y'all, chilling and stuff. We're gonna get that. But yeah, I'm excited. So we're gonna get the legend up in here. He should be coming in soon. I'll send him a little reminder. Because the man got a million things going on, but he was able to bless us the realm today. You know what I mean? God's father is here. Listen, y'all know how I feel about Peter Moore. I've stated it many times. So Shady, what's up? Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Y'all got me hyped, man. It's good to see y'all, for real. Anyway, we're going to come back. We're going to try to get the legend up in here. And looking forward to a good show. Really appreciate y'all. This could not have been done. And I repeat, this could not have been done without the realm. We shot our shot, but you guys made it happen. All of you said, look, this is the place to be. And I really appreciate y'all. We're going to celebrate together. We're going to have some fun together. So anyway, enough of me rambling. Let me go check on the legend, see how he's doing. And yeah, we're going to have some fun.
Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, nah, let's switch that. What I wanna do, I'm just some super Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM.
Y'all not supposed to hear that. Stop snitching. Go back to it.
I got, nah, let's switch that. What I wanna do, I'm just some super Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, nah, let's switch that. What I wanna do, I'm just some super Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
sick of
keep
this.
that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
sick of
keep
this.
that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
sick
keep
of
that,
this.
keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna
You think it's a game?
660 with Hip Hop Gamer.
660, baby.
It's on now, son. The go to the game, baby.
Hip hop gamer.
Ready for war, ready to core, never ignore, sweating your pores, breathing is off, allergies more, time is up. Furia Esports. Fatal Furia. Fatal Fury, pay the jury, murder, try to sue me, try to move me, never, ever can you make this movie real life. I'm real nice, in real fights, I'm built right. Hip hop gamer versus everybody, got a night. Devil barrel, break it later, ultimate decapitator, holding up the ratchet, cause your casket is my generator. Never was a hesitator, my greatness is getting greater, best to ever do it as a gamer, damn, my name is Major. Gonna try to battle, don't make me go back to jackal. My status should be a statue. Division will rip the classroom student and a teacher. I'm the leader, better follow me. You looking and you living through the reason I'm anomaly. Dominant and rhyming and merge and purge. Profit hits, my confidence consists. No 8 kiss for compliments or promises. Anybody can get it for anything. There's only one. Go to the game and say my name, King Hip Hop. Better believe it, dog. I'm the illest, the realest gamer to spit it. The best to go independent. Now esports, we furious. You gotta feel it, cause we taking over every corner, the business.
Oh, you're right. Oh, yes, you're right.
I know I'm right.
Disgusting.
Better believe I got the keys. I am the one that you wanna be. Deadliest speed, paying the seed. Lyrical kills to any MC. Anyone need elevating? I am the bar, raising degrees. Don't gonna stop when I'ma be. Now that I'm the face of gaming, rapidly anticipating. Patiently, the patient waits. The more they hate reveals the great of who I am and what they ain't. The picture paints of flying stains. Truth is real as I remain undefeated. No deletion. My mission completes the game.
I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young whoop, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender? I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, work to Cognito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stunting, but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
Switching over. Let's get a mic check from the legend. We are live, but let's get a mic check from the legend, Peter Moore. How are we doing, sir?
We're doing great. Sega!
Woo!
Sega!
Okay.
Sega.
That's ready. That's right. I feel the marketing coming in. I feel the marketing. No question. Attic, real quick mic check because you came in. You came through.
Hello.
Yeah.
Can people hear me?
Yes.
Back to back.
Back to back. Let's go. Let's solve. Let's get a mic check real quick.
It's thinking.
Oh, it's thinking. It is definitely thinking, for sure. Lord King, mic check real quick, sir.
9-9.
Ooh.
We are feeling fine.
We're feeling fine.
Let's go.
All right, let's go. Hear ye. And we are live. Welcome to the Iron Lords Podcast, LLC, and also live on lordsofgaming.net. Episode number 318. And it's another glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table on the Lord's Day. I'm beyond honored about our special guest, and we've got the golden era of Sega Dreamcast, Xbox 360, and EA Sports. Starfield going gold, EmbracerGroup shrinking costs, and the CWA on the ABK merger to discuss, so we're going to get right into it. I want to introduce a Lord whose illustrious career is not only stunningly remarkable to reflect upon, but whose journey is truly beloved by hardcore Sega and Xbox faithful. As a natural showman who understood pride in the challenger brand and the essence of the big moment. Introducing the legendary corporate vice president / head of Xbox, the legendary president of Sega of America, the legendary chief operating officer of EA, and the CEO who will never walk alone from Liverpool while owning the skies of Santa Barbara FC. And of course, the Lord directly responsible for gaming's greatest launch lineup on 9/9/99 and ushering in one of the golden eras of Xbox history. Live from California and gracious enough to make his debut into the realm of the Lords, my man, Lord Peter Moore. How we doing, sir?
We're doing great. Thank you for that intro. It's an honor and a privilege continuing. We're, as I say, in the teeth of a hurricane here, so it'll be coming through. So we'll see what goes on over the next 90 minutes or so here. If I have to run for it, my apologies in advance.
You gave us the heads up. We appreciate it. We're gonna try to survive this storm, man. You are a legend and a Lord at what you do. It's only right to show you the proper respect in the realm. You've got so much going on. Has there been time for any game playing these days with so much with you going on?
You know, it's a good point because I travel a lot as well, but mobile games are what keep me going on flights. My wife and I just got back from Bali about 4 or 5 days ago, and you have 16, 18-hour flights from San Francisco to Singapore, and you after about 8 hours in, yeah, exactly, you get going on there. So bunch of stuff there, and I've been very involved in the last couple of years with a couple of mobile game companies, Nifty Games out of the Bay Area, and Motorsports Games out of Miami, who got the NASCAR license. So helping those guys go to market in a tough environment right now, coming out of COVID and trying to figure out how to make a dent, getting their engine right, getting the economics right. So yeah, very much into the mobile side of things right now.
Respect. And we're going to keep things moving because we got to respect the storm and it's Peter's time. So you know we got the 4 horsemen of gaming, those original lords of the realm here at the round table with extra time-sensitive intros to maximize the time. My co-host with the co-most, my brother from another mother, the difficult game conqueror, lord of his own world, and the howl of the young wolf. My man, Lord Addict of the Addict Show, back to back. How we doing, sir?
Doing pretty good. I'm gonna put my my intro on Peter Moore. You know, I want to thank you especially for coming on. First off, you don't understand. Like, Cognito puts a lot of research into his guests, but he ain't playing Starfield and putting research. That's because he respected you.
Yeah, you know I love Peter Moore. If I ain't play,
because I hit him up last night. He's like, yeah, man, I gotta go. I'm still working on this interview. And you know, shout out to you because you and your team on the 360, that was like a really sensitive part when I was playing games. And like, you could argue that the work you and your team did for the 360 is like the whole reason I got back in the game, because like the whole online infrastructure.
Yeah,
but that's all my intro is gonna be.
Appreciate you. And of course, we have our most technical gaming lord, the solo gamer who lives for the single player selfish experience, and also the Sostradamus, the Lord of Clarity and Lord Patreon of the Iron Bank. My man, PC Master Race's own Lord Sovereign. How we doing, sir?
I'm good. Very excited to be here today. This is something. This is really something. I'm super excited to have Peter here with us. I actually finished a game.
Oh, what you do?
I told you guys I was trying to finish Alan Wake remaster before Alan Wake comes out. Now, 10 days later, shout out to Sam Lake and the team for recognizing that, hey, it's best to get out of the way of some of these big games in October. So I beat Alan Wake remastered again. Fantastic game. Shout out to the 360. The 360 was where that game initially came out, and it was special then. And it's still a special game today. Like, it really is, narrative-wise, a wonderful, wonderful game, and it's not a long commitment. It was like 10 hours, I think. Very, very good game. And then as for whatever else I'm playing, I'll see you on August 31st.
Yeah, you're one of those NDA guys, I see.
Yeah, beta boys. But extremely humbled and honored to have the opportunity to do that stuff. Again, amazing stuff. So see you on August 31st.
No doubt. And of course, we have the Incredible Hulk of this, aka the Access Gamer.
Ooh.
The prophet of Xbox.
Swami.
King of the statues, who demands nothing less than that premium experience. It is the leader of the Hold the Line movement.
Ooh.
Beloved Lord King. How we doing, sir?
Today is a day that I thought would never come.
Yeah.
I've dreamt of this day for so long.
Preach.
And it's incredible to have the great Peter Moore here. I swear it's like a dream. I've never researched somebody this hard in my life. It's absolutely incredible. But what
Don't
I've got
look too hard. Don't go back too far.
Not too far. Don't dig too deep.
I found out some stuff. I was like, what? like this is gonna be great. But what I've been playing this week, Texas Chainsaw game that's insane. It's like the movie is nuts. Shout out to Game Pass for doing what Game Pass does, giving you the best in the gaming business. My NDA dude is in effect. I'm in full effect. Shout out to Bethesda for giving out those review codes of the premium stuff, the premium, not the regular premium stuff. And yeah. Right, I could just say, being an NDA dude right now, I'm a little bit of a beta boy today, so I feel pretty good playing these games. It's fantastic. I can't wait to talk to you guys about it on the 31st, and then we'll be right back at PAX.
That would be at PAX. Well, shout out to Hip Hop Gamer in the chat. Peter sent you mad love, by the way, Hip Hop. I see you in there. He said he got stories with you in the belt, but we had to play your video. We played Hip Hop's new video earlier before we went live. Also, shout out to Danny Pena. Sent some love. Wanted to say hi to Peter and some others as well. But yeah, and of course, we have the gaming ninja himself, the Shinobi, LordCognito, spreading the realness in the realm of the ILP, not telling you what you want to hear, but what you need to hear. Shout out to Mr. Matty Plays. Shout out to Defining Duke. Had a good one talking about Starfield going gold. Shout out to Ebontis. Had an old school talk about Bungie and what's going on in the world of Destiny and all that good stuff. Obviously, most of the realm knows I'm playing Starfield. Shout out to Bethesda for blessing us with the codes. We're under embargo. We will let you know our thoughts, I believe the 31st. And yeah, we're going to get into it. So we're not going to waste any time today. Let's set the rules of engagement to the realm before we talk to Peter.
Yes, apologies in advance, ladies and gents, but we only have Peter for a short amount of time, and maybe even shorter if the weather doesn't cooperate with us. So we're going to leave all super chats for after Peter's time and his interview, and then we'll read everything. If we have a little bit more time at the end, I'll try to get some that might be specific questions to Peter, but we'll see where we are.
And your best bet to get super chats right at this time is make it actually make sense to what we're talking about.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult. So all right, now we got the rules of engagement. Let's get to it. So now we got what the laws are playing, all that good stuff. We got to focus on Lord Peter Moore. His video game history, his journey in the games industry at Sega Dreamcast, Xbox 360, EA Sports, and of course we'll let him become the CEO of his hometown club, Liverpool FC, and now owner of the Santa Barbara Sky. So Lord Peter, let's start from the very beginning. I know console gaming came much later for you, and it seems like the conduit was getting your son a Saturn. But I always want to ask you, did you have any experience or affinity for the arcades at all?
Yeah, like everybody at my age. I mean, it goes all the way back to my dad being one of the early adopters in the pub we owned, getting a Pong unit. And when I say a Pong unit, this thing was the size of a dining table. And he thought it would bring people in, which it did. People were fascinated with the interactivity of turning a knob and actually being able to put spin on. And I know I'm probably talking to a group of people who have no idea what Pong was probably, but this was...
Oh, no, we're old men.
Oh, we're all old. Most of us here, except
for Addy.
Yeah, I've played Pong, but it's been like at like little restaurants that have it. They would have like Pong on one side and like the what's the one with the Pac-Man?
Yeah,
Pac-Man. Yeah, Pac-Man on the other.
Mm-hmm.
There is a Pac-Man machine in this house, a full Pac-Man arcade machine.
Let's go.
House. But you've got to remember, games like Pong are the predecessor. Everything that we play today, it comes from somewhere, and it comes from changing our mentality that, wait a second, instead of everything being physical or board games and requiring you to do things physically, you can start doing them digitally and having fun. And games like that and battleships and gosh, Space Invaders, you go back to those days. This started to teach us about what is now $200 billion industry, that we can have fun digitally, together, socially, competitively. And the arcade is the roots of that. And of course, at Sega, when I joined, arcade was still very much the major source of revenue. And the Dreamcast, let's not forget, was built on the Naomi motherboard. Which was the arcade game. So we were the business model in those days. And I would go to places like Joyopolis and what have you in Tokyo and get a feel for what was going on. But so many of those games, Crazy Taxi, came out of that arcade. And the business model that Sega had, I'm talking the late 90s, is build it for the arcade. That would be sustainable revenue that would go on for years and years and years, and then port it to console. And in those days, remember, and the tables are turned now, the arcade was a superior experience.
That was the next gen experience by far.
And so you would have those graphics. Look, you could have some fun at home with some things, but you wanted a next-gen experience, you had to go to the arcade.
Absolutely. I love to hear it because, we come from that, totally understand now. Again, illustrious history, you're a footballer, physical education teacher. You come over, to United States as an immigrant and you then get into athletic footwear. So just briefly, how does this all get you closer to the games industry? You have such an amazing journey to get here and then transition.
All I ever wanted to be was a physical education teacher, and that's what I ended up being. In the mid-'70s, went to college in England to be a physical education teacher, taught high school in North Wales from 1977 to 1981. But during that time, and this is how our lives evolve, these little moments, these crossroads, these intersections. I was invited over to the United States to coach soccer. I had met a soccer coach who was out of North Olmsted, Ohio. And that kind of took a shine to me and my style. And I came over and fell in love with America, as so many of us do, from the perspective of it was tough in Britain during those days. And it was a Labour government, strikes, Thatcher coming in with a completely different view of how the country should be run. So for me, it was that moment where I could make a hard decision to leave teaching and take a risk on myself and come to America, which I did in the summer of 1981, which turned out to be permanently. So ultimately, I've lived here now for 42 years.
Wow.
And that teaching taught me so much from being a teacher, growing up in a pub, interacting with other people, and being born and bred in Liverpool with a certain personality that we Liverpudlians have. All of that, kind of fuels who you are and informs who you are. And, I needed a real job. Coaching soccer was not going to put food on the table. And so I started selling shoes. I started selling shoes right here in Southern California, lived in Long Beach, went to Long Beach State to stay legal in the country at that time and did my master's degree.
Wow.
Eventually got my green card. My mom was born in Boston, Massachusetts. Bizarrely. And went back as a baby. My grandparents came over during the Depression to work in the Quincy shipyards. My mom was born here, but then work ran out. They went back to Liverpool. My mom never to return, but she had an American birth certificate. That was the key to getting a green card. So I started working for a company called Patrick in those days. And many of your viewers and listeners might remember Patrick if they've kicked a ball. That was a great brand. And worked my way up through the company, started off as a rookie sales rep and ended up being president of Patrick in the late 80s. Got spotted by Reebok. That's how my New England adventure and then moved to Boston with the family and spent 9 New England winters in Boston working for Reebok.
So your Reebok, yes, you were there with the D Brown Pump It Up. You was there during the what was that classic
All-Star game, slam dunk competition.
Yes, slam dunk.
And he pumped it up right before he dunked. So Reebok is on a high, and actually the juggernaut is Nike, and you have a history of working with and being with the underdog.
Yes.
Right. So, and this is where the underdog really started right here. But my question to you, when Michael Jordan put the flag and covered it up, he's like, I know y'all was hoping that leave it off. Let's see that Reebok on the jersey. That moment right there solidified that y'all was going up against giants. That was a real good point in your life. Like, how was that? How did y'all conceive that in Reebok at that point in time?
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy being the challenger brand. I read a book a long time ago called "Eating the Big Fish," and it informed a lot of the mentality you have. I think when you're a challenger brand, you can throw a lot more punches. You can be a lot more irreverent. You can do things that the incumbent number one is probably a little afraid to try because they're living in this world of being top of the heap and they don't want to disturb that. Right. Whilst the guy who's trying to crawl his way up can use some different tactics. And that's certainly at Reebok what we would try to do. And yeah, I mean, to your point, Michael Jordan over the Reebok logo. For those that don't know what we're talking about, that was the Barcelona Olympics and the Dream Team. And he was already deeply into his Nike deal and did not want that Reebok logo to be seen associated with his face. So he put the stars and stripes over there. It was disappointing for us, bluntly, but it is what it is. But, moving through Reebok, I was in the console wars and learned how to throw punches and to bob and weave and to try to be that feisty upstart against, to your point, the juggernaut that was becoming Nike. Yeah. And people may not remember this, but at one point, Reebok was bigger than Nike. And Reebok would riding the aerobics boom, the leisure boom, the Instapump boom to the point D Brown, who got a nice check for that, by the way, bending over as he's about to do winning check, and just pumping up on the tongue of the shoes, and the rest of that is history. And the pump did very well for Reebok, and they still sell pump shoes to this day. So, but yeah, I think being the challenger brand gives you a lot more latitude and leeway to do interesting, disruptive, irreverent things, and I certainly took that into my career into video games.
Absolutely, and it directly goes from there. I know Cog.
Yeah, we remember the commercials. He's talking challenger brand, and I remember like the Dominique Wilkins and the D Browns, and they would have the sneakers. It was like, all right, Michael, you pump it up, but air it out. They throw. It was a whole. He's right. It was Reebok was going at them. It was competition.
Like where I was from, the hood I was from. We weren't wearing Reebok. When D Brown did that, and he did that pump, I got me a pair of Reebok pumps.
I mean, we had the classics though, King. Like, was it Reebok Classic was always?
Well, yeah, Reebok Classics was good, but I'm talking about as a pure basketball.
Oh, as a basketball shoe,
because we was looking at Converse, we were looking at Nikes, but then that pump,
absolutely,
and you thought that it gave you some type of lift.
Yeah, you felt you had more hops.
Yes, you needed it. D Brown was really hot at that time.
Yes.
Reebok really capitalized on somebody that was able to dominate the dunking contest like that. It just was all serendipitous to that point for them. But you got a recruitment call.
Yeah.
That's how did that recruitment call go?
Yeah, I mean, and all of us that have careers eventually recruiters, whether nowadays it's through LinkedIn, but you'll get a phone call from what they call a headhunter, an executive recruiter, and things were tough at the end of the 90s, and I started to think, I don't think we're going to make it to where I thought we would do at the beginning of the 90s when I joined Reebok, and so an executive recruiter calls me and it can see what's going on. These guys are very clever. They're watching companies. They're starting to see where they can pick off talent when companies start to really struggle. And so he calls me, he said, what do you know about video games? I said, nothing other than I'm still slightly upset with Sega because I bought my son a Sega Saturn, 1997 or something. And a year later, and it's like, they're not making any games for it. And I think I paid $499 for that thing then. So it was, and he said, well, funny you say that. Sega is looking for a head of marketing for its new console launch. So I thought long and hard and talked to my family, and we, it was at 45 years of age, a risk of trying to jump into an entirely new industry that I knew nothing about. And so, but we agreed that going back to the Bay Area, where Sega was headquartered in downtown San Francisco, was attractive because we'd been there with Patrick prior. And that something intrigued me when they started to explain what this console was, and they didn't tell me the name. It was still a little bit under wraps, but
no code
didn't
name.
take me long. Yeah, it didn't take me long to figure out that they'd already shipped something called the Dreamcast in Japan, so it wasn't exactly. But the idea of it being online, and you know, you've got to remember still this concept of the internet in the late 90s, we're still finding our way around, and it's all dial-up, obviously. And as I always say, that, you know, with the Dreamcast, that was great playing until your mom picked up the phone in the other room, and there was the end of your game right there and then, because you only had one line that was going into your home. And so I got shipped off to Tokyo to have an interview with Sega of Japan, and sat for about 2 hours in a restaurant, I always remember, near the Imperial Palace, and was grilled by the Japanese executives. And in those days, the belief was that if you could sell sneakers to teenage boys, you could then sell video games, because teenage boys were the target demographic. Completely different to where we are today, where everybody's a gamer. But from the perspective of then, it was still very much teenage boys. It was a phase you went through as well. You know, we're talking, what are we talking, nearly a quarter century ago here, in which you moved on to other things because there was nothing engaging enough, mature enough, because the GPU and CPU power was insufficient then. But this idea of it going online really piqued my interest. So I thought, you know what, I've got nothing to lose. Reebok is not going to make it to the level where I had hoped it would when I joined them in 1992. And so, you know, took the plunge and moved back to San Francisco. I think I arrived in January of 1999 and learned that 9999 had been very quietly discussed. And I'm thinking, we got less than 9 months to figure this thing out. There'd been no marketing. There had been no engagement with advertising agency, no positioning, no packaging built, and it was very unclear when I arrived what the launch lineup was going to look like, and perhaps more importantly, what the lineup would look like in 2000 and 2001. And so I quickly immersed myself into the industry and just was able to just through osmosis figure out who was who. Who are these guys, Capcom, Konami, Namco, that I keep hearing about, you know? And why won't EA develop for this thing? So it was, and I finally said, we need a full-on press conference here where we make the announcements of the launch, because if we're going to launch this thing in September, you know, pan America, then we need to have a positioning. We need to apologize in some way for the Saturn. We need to rebuild trust in the Sega brand. But we need this sense of irreverence to come back to the old Sega that would poke Nintendo. Sega does poke Nintendo.
There we go. You remember.
Yeah, in the Genesis days. And so the more I dug in to the history and learned, I thought, we can do this. And so we built a manifesto. This is what you do. What is our positioning? Why should you trust us again when we let you down with the Saturn? Why do you believe this thing in the eye of the storm of the PS2 is something that you should have? And so we built advertising campaigns. We built a positioning, its thinking. And the idea was then that, as explained to me, that there was enough AI being built into the operating system, which was a Windows CE operating system.
Yes, a lot of Microsoft organic relationships back then.
Yeah, and so we started to say, it's going to learn from you. When you play it and you come back and play again the next night and the next night, it knows, it learns, like AI that we're all familiar with now, things like speech recognition and whatever. The more you do that, the more it understands who you are. But this was pretty revolutionary, and not everybody believed it either. But we built this concept of it's thinking, in that it's learning from you, and with the theory being the more you play it, the better your experience will be, because it'll figure out what you're good at, what you're not good at. So, and then the online thing, people would say, that's fine, but it's going to cost you a fortune to do this. Who's going to pay for online? I always remember this. I would meet with analysts and we'd go, you know, how are you going to make money out of this? Because all you're doing is repositioning gamer from sat next to his mate on the couch to 10 doors down. And who's going to pay for that? What's the difference? Other than all of the infrastructure costs you got, nobody's going to be paying for this. But we truly believed in it. And I coined the phrase in 2000, taking gamers where gaming is going. And that was our positioning for E3 2000 with the Dreamcast. And and at first that launch lineup for $99.99, the marketing campaign we put behind it, the VMAs that night in New York City, and the amount, and then as I was leading up to that with my sales team and traveling to retailers, because this was very much Toys R Us, Hollywood Video, Blockbuster, maybe a bit of Target, maybe a bit of Best Buy. Certainly Walmart. Those were our customers, not the gamer himself or herself, which they are today for game publishers. And so we had to convince them, first of all, that we were in this for the long run, unlike the Saturn, that we could take on the PlayStation 2 and win, and that we would have a launch lineup unlike any other that would be there on day one, that would give gamers massive amounts of choice with new intellectual property, not just recycled versions of previous games that may have been on the Genesis or even on the original PlayStation. And so a phenomenal amount of work went into building what I still believe is the greatest launch lineup ever.
It definitely is.
And it will never be repeated for so many reasons, but anything like that. So that was it. And we went into $99.99, and I'd done a little bit of research. It occurred to me this could be the biggest 24 hours in retail entertainment history from a volume perspective. Yes. And I looked at the previous entertainment number was Star Wars, Phantom Menace, I think it was. Right. And it's like $40 million. I said, we're going to blow through that. So we then positioned that this is going to be the biggest 24 hours in retail entertainment history. And as it turns out, we ended up just shy of $100 million in sell-through on that day of hardware and software and peripherals. And,
my question to you,
we gotta get Solving Anakin after you.
You would have the metrics. What was your attach rate? Because this is the first console that I purchased every game for launch. I think it was like 19 to 21 games at launch that I went home with an extra controller. What was your attach rate, your average attach rate?
First week was about 3 to 1. So you're going in there, and you're going in. So you're spending some money. Let's not forget. We priced it to lose a lot of money, but to build an install base. So there was a lot of conversation prior to launch. Should we be at $249, which would give us a chance of maybe breaking even on the hardware if you get some peripherals sold alongside it? But we felt, go big or go home here, as Bernie Stoller once said, is that go for $199, build your install base, and then your attach rate, where the real money is, obviously, grow exponentially. And so that first week, when we got our retail numbers in, we were seeing a 3 to 1 attach. I mean, the games, I don't know how you walk in there and just choose one game with a Dreamcast, right? And so you could see, and you get the units and what sold through. In those days, you would make a phone call to a retailer. There was no databases you could look at. And they would read off an Excel spreadsheet what they'd sold through. And it was obviously Sonic, Soul Calibur, Hydro Thunder, Trial, Blue Stinger, all of these games. And so, but I mean, the big guns would be Soul Calibur and Sonic, because we put a lot of money behind those in our marketing. But then you're just spoiled for choice. And I defy you to just walk out of there with a Dreamcast on one game. And so we were seeing a great attach rate of 3 to 1, which is pretty substantial in the first week.
No doubt, Solve. You want to get in on that Dreamcast love, man? We were there, $99.99.
Yeah, it was special. It was special because, again, as somebody who, as a Saturn apologist, I love the Saturn, but it's largely because I imported a lot of games because it was fairly strong in Japan. But here it's like you said, Peter, you get it, and unless you're looking for first party games, a lot of the stuff that was coming to the console was just superior on the PlayStation, and then there was just that much more of it. But for the Dreamcast, I have to ask you, because the Dreamcast, again, obviously, you going into it, you feel strong and you're like, we can take on the PlayStation. But when you look at things like knowing that the PlayStation was coming in with a DVD player, and you guys sort of having to launch a little bit earlier than you might have launched a next-gen console because of the failure of the Saturn, do you think things maybe could have gone a little bit differently if you had been able to was there a consideration about putting a DVD player into the Dreamcast?
It preceded me, but I think with the DVD format, Sony having ownership of the DVD,
right? It was going to be expensive for you guys.
Yeah, and so we created this GD-ROM thing, if you remember.
Yes.
Yeah, with like duct tape as a security layer.
Yes, we know.
We know about that.
They cracked that in a week.
And I think that was a little bit of intra-Japanese rivalry in that I don't think, and I don't know whether the consortium would have stopped Sega from making it DVD compatible or using DVDs. But I think ultimately, that kind of, I don't know, stubbornness, we can create a format called the GD-ROM, which was fine. I mean, it was good enough for what we needed during that period as regards memory, but the security layers, as everybody knows, were just not there. And straight away, you're just burning CDs pretty quickly. And you had emulators and crack boxes, and it was very much, we were just chasing our tail for a while there. But I think that ultimately, our decision, $199, we put the modem in the box. We knew we had the broadband adapter coming, and games like Quake and Doom and Counter-Strike, we're going to be there, Quake in particular. And so, but that was going to require, because obviously a Twitch shooter was going to require broadband, which was still only in about 20% of US homes at that time. But we worked towards that, and we thought we could get there, and we thought we could then move. Of course, the VMU was built into the controller as well.
Yeah.
So it was,
the VMU was so good.
Yeah. So the innovations were there. The cost, though, the hardware cost. And I talk about the Saturn because I know intimately how much money we had to launch the Dreamcast and what would be required to sustain in the teeth of the battle with the upcoming PlayStation 2 the following March. And Sega had spent a lot of money, and the balance sheet wasn't there ultimately to support the Dreamcast in the way it needed to be in what became now, a big slugfest. And to Sony's credit, and I talk about this a lot, they footed us, fear, uncertainty, doubt, and they positioned the Dreamcast as what they called a transitional platform and said, you can have some fun with that thing, but when you're ready for real gaming, you'll come over to the PS2. I mean, just the way that they did it, and then and the emotion engine and all of the things. So, and that's just part of the game. Whether it's true or not, you say it, you put it out there. And it gives you time to deliver against what you're promising gamers, and this was a period where we're doing TV commercials that are not really in game, they're not in engine, and
vertical slice.
We know King, right?
If that. And so it was very much, I don't want to say smoke and mirrors, but you were faking it till you make it, because you needed to win hearts and minds.
How frustrating was it not to have EA, sports backing the box? I mean, I know you guys took that and said, we're going to do this. I mean, and that ultimately turned into something absolutely
amazing. Sega Sports was amazing.
But I just want to talk about the initial EA not supporting.
Yeah, I mean, the sports side, in those days, if you were a first party, you needed your own sports brand. Sony had 989. We had Sega Sports that we had. And we had acquired Visual Concepts, which Bernie Stoller, went and spent $10 million, which is a lot of money, to buy Visual Concepts, with the idea of it being, and it was our both football and basketball development house. And so we knew we could build a sports brand, and being a sports guy, I said, all right, what are we going to do? All right, go get Randy Moss for NFL 2K. Go get Alzheimer's,
baby.
Go get Pedro Martinez for baseball. Go get the Williams sisters for Virtua Tennis. I mean, and then it was, getting into the end of 99, we were Sega Sport. We needed a name. And so what what the naming conventions were in those days. You had your publisher, and then you had something in the middle, and then you had NFL, NBA, NHL, blah, blah, blah. And so I said to my marketing guys, we got to go to market here with NFL, and in particular NBA, which is going to be the first real online game. And we're going to debut that in LA. And I said, we need a name. And I always remember I had two very talented women, Heather Cashner and Martha Hill. Martha had come from Nike, and Heather had worked with me at Reebok. And
That's cool.
he came back the next day and said, you know this Y2K thing we're all worried about? Why don't we play on that? Wow. And we'll just call it 2K. And I went, all right, we got no choice. I wasn't thrilled. We'll call it 2K. And Sega Sports, NFL 2K, Sega Sports, NBA 2K. And, you know, if you remember those games, and they were great games. So we spent a lot of time. And those are the games that you can take to the broader media and try to legitimize gaming to the New York Times, to the Wall Street Journal, to the Financial Times. You go to New York with your NFL game and you put it up on a big screen and you talk about footprints in the snow and you talk about the player's breath. It's easier to do that with sports games to the broader media, which we needed in games in that period to legitimize ourselves, because we were still very much boys in their bedrooms and nerdy, and it was a toy. We were still showing up at Toy Fair in New York every February. And so I would start to do, I thought NFL is the game that I can take into any boardroom or any newspaper office or magazine office, because that's who we were dealing with in those days, and put it up on the screen and demo it pretty easily. And the thing people always say, it looks like a real game. Now you at it now and you go, does it?
But back then, graphically, woo.
Back then, absolutely. And I always remember the two things we talked about was a little bit playing on the AI was the footprints in the snow, which would, as you would let the snow come down and you put on the New York Jets for the Patriots, something like that. And then you see the next play and you still see the footprints because the kind of AI had remembered where the linemen were as they were coming to the line of scrimmage. And that blew people's minds. I know it sounds somewhat ridiculous now. And then seeing their breath, which breath and anything to do with water in video games still to this day is always a little challenging. But those were the platforms we used. The sports games, Sonic, because of its visual and the speed and the FPS that you could show. And it was not that difficult to put a controller in a journalist's hands, who generally they would go, I don't know how to do this. This is my son's area. Don't embarrass me. But you could say, look, it's Sonic. Just hit that stick. He's going to go and just go collect all those gold coins. But football and basketball for us were the tools that allowed us to say, this is an industry and this is a medium. And then we started to say, we're going to be bigger than movies and music and television. And people would laugh at us. But of course, that's the way it's turned out.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, definitely I'm glad King brought up the sports in 2K, because 2K is almost like a verb now. Like, it's funny because you are the originator of that. Your team, you know, the visual concepts, and then obviously what it's become now. And let's be honest, we know the history later. Madden had to buy the license. 2K became that disruptive, you know, to what they end up becoming. But I do want to give the flowers there because Sega needed to establish themselves there. I also want to give you flowers on the VMU, you know, from a competitive standpoint, being able to not look at some of your buddies' plays and you could use that VMU. I believe NBA, they had the stamina, very creative ways of utilizing that. But I also want to back up, and King will really appreciate this. Where for me, another area of peak Dreamcast, and Solve as well, you remember, is, you know, I'm a Sega kid, you know, born and raised, but the thing for me was seeing Yu Suzuki's new game. God. You know, we come from the era of the 70s, you know, karate flicks, and Virtua Fighter was huge at the time. So it was basically like a 70s karate movie with AM2's, you know, amazing Virtua Fighter graphics in this cinematic pack. The game was so amazing. We would invite friends over, turn the lights off, and watch the opening cinema of Shenmue and be blown away, right? So, like, tell me about Shenmue, the impact, working with Suzuki's on, like, how was that transformative for Dreamcast?
it was a little late to be transformative, and I say that, and very expensive. But it certainly was transformative, I think, for the industry. I mean, if you remember the game, he's avenging his father's death. You know, you could spend hours driving that forklift truck around the docks, and then go to the Coca-Cola machine, because if gamers don't remember this, it was all in real time. You started playing and like, you know, I got to wait 15 minutes here for the boat to come. Let's go get a Coca-Cola and sit down. A little bit of in-game product placement in there. And it was so much exploration, as you recall. You're opening drawers, you're finding interesting things. But it was, and you sang brilliantly. The challenge a little bit for Sega was, it was unbelievably expensive. Why? Because we had to create tools. This wasn't something you plug into a game engine like Unreal or something. You had to create tools that didn't exist before. And if I remember right, we created a company called CRI. And again, we're quarter century in the background here. But what Yu Suzuki had to do, and yes, he made many great games in the past, but this was revolutionary. Yes. And we got behind it at SOA, at Sega of America, really big. The challenge a little bit is getting time to understand the game. Now, once I got to Xbox and certainly at EA, you'd fly out to the studios and you'd sit there for 2 days and immerse yourself with the devs and get for me, the talking points that I needed, so that in 4 or 5 minutes with a journalist, I could nail everything in there. But getting 4 or 5 minutes with Yu Suzuki, who really doesn't speak English, I'm sure probably still doesn't either, because there's no need, was not easy and so technical. And it's like, okay, we need to distill this. But Shenmue, I thought we did a good job at creating the anticipation and the hype. And then, once you put it in gamers' hands, and this concept of real time was fascinating. And that would be something that I would explain again to the broader media. Is like, you don't just skip time like you do in most games and jump on the boat. No, you got to hang around for a while, and you got to explore. So it became obviously a classic role-playing game in the very quirky Japanese sense. And I'm trying to think, Ryu, was it?
Ryu. Yep.
Yeah. So but it was a bit late, and it was a bit niche in those days. True. Because this was something, like, to your point, you just didn't play for 30 minutes and put down and go have dinner or something. No, you better be in for the night on this thing, and you better have the patience to explore, the patience to wait, as you do in real life, and then the intrigue and the inquisitiveness to go find things that were hidden, that would help you in your journey and give you clues to, who was responsible for this dastardly deed. And so it was, but it one thing it did as well is it created tools that Sega was then able to use in other games as a result of that. So it started to build a little bit of a game engine that was Sega proprietary, and get away from the arcade base and get into a full old console-based or PC-based game engine.
No, absolutely. It was super transformative. Good point about the cycle as far as being late, but we definitely remember it, and it was definitely transformed. I remember it had arcades in the game, and I was just blown away by that. I was like, I could play Space Harrier and hang on in this game, like, it was crazy. But we're gonna move on because we got so much to talk with you. Towards now, obviously the end. I'm sorry. Please add it. Please add it. Yes, please. I'm sorry.
Forgive me, I wasn't around too much.
You was a youngin'.
I was pretty young. I remember those days, but I didn't really have access to stuff like that, so I didn't play a lot of it. But I guess I'll bring it back to like the roots of now. We've seen the original Xbox. They had access to, I think it was one of the GTAs, but they turned down that. I remember PlayStation had access to be able to get Titanfall before, and they turned that down. Was there any scenario like that during that era that you had the opportunity to get a game that maybe you didn't think would catch off as big as it did, but you turned down and ended up being like a phenomenal or anything like that?
I wish. No. What you have to remember is, it's we kind of threw everything at launch, and again, greatest launch. But then you start looking, all right, what does year 2, year 3, year 4 look like? What's in development right now? Because you're looking at 2 and maybe even 3 in the case of Shenmue. You're looking at development cycles that say, all right, Capcom's working on this, Activision's working on this, Acclaim is working on this, Interplay is working on this, and there was no working on this because my good friends at Sony, to their credit, had then recorralled their the people that had made a fortune on the original PlayStation and said, okay, it's time now you started building out your lineup for the PS2. That Dreamcast thing, you've had your game and it was fun, but then you go forward here with us. And so it was difficult for me as I started traveling the world and saying, okay, and we still had a little bit of money to incentivize. You'll go into a developer or a publisher and say, okay, I've got co-marketing funds or I've got development funds here, but we need either this piece of IP, kind of another Resident Evil, just plucking something out of the air.
Like Veronica.
But their dev teams, one thing that it's not infinite resources in there. And then I think that the publishers, in particular the Japanese publishers, had agreed a lucrative deal to launch new IP on the Dreamcast, but then their dev teams were then focused on the next thing, which was going to be the PlayStation 2. Yeah. And Sony, again, both to the consumers as well as to the development community, had done a great job in marginalizing the Sega Dreamcast and harking back. It's going to be just like the Saturn. They don't have the money, they don't have the resources. They have 9 first-party studios, the AM studios, absolutely, amusement machine studios. Oh, yeah. But is that going to be good enough to carry them through without true third-party support? And they don't have EA. So this was always the challenge. So in answer to your question, there was nothing really offered up to us that I can recall that that I would regret turning down in those days. And a lot of that work was being done in Japan. This is still very much an era where most of the innovative stuff was coming out of Japan with the big dogs, the Capcoms, the Namcos, the Konamis, the Segas, the Nintendo first parties, the Sony first parties. But Sony, to their credit, had done a great job of saying, all right, you've had your fun there. You've made some money on that. But the real volume is about to come in March of 2000 when the PS2 ships.
Yeah, because I noticed with the launch lineup of the Dreamcast, after that, it was like you had Code Veronica or you had a D2 that had come out. It would peter out in between, for less word. But my question is, so Sony had a lot of stuff in place and pulled everybody closer, and that took away from Dreamcast, and the arcade couldn't keep you guys afloat. So when the writing is on the wall and you see a little bit of stuff going down, what was the harder decision? Was it to cut price, or was it to double down on video game infrastructure?
Well, infrastructure was where we then moved because we knew we needed to build a platform for online gaming, and we built something called SegaNet and started to deploy some of the tactics that the PC manufacturers in those days. You guys may be too young to remember that AOL would give you a $400 credit. And a CD with the AOL app on it that you had to upload for your desktop. And we rather foolishly, as it turned out, said, you sign up for 2 years of SegaNet and we'll give you a free Dreamcast.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Which was great till most of these people disappeared getting a Dreamcast, and it just didn't work out for us. But the idea was right. You build your online platform, and again, you look at it today, and that's exactly what you do. You spend your money, build your platform, and then down the road, you start to monetize this massive funnel you have opened. And Sega, as always, ahead of its time, so even with its business practices, the idea was to build SegaNet, kind of like Xbox Live or PlayStation Network is today, and build this thing and invest. But we didn't have the capital to do it and sustain it and keep it going. And that was always going to be the issue. So it was something that, this is by 2000, then we're getting close to that tough Christmas in Christmas 2000, where we know what we needed to hit as regard an install base, and the tension and the pressure and the anxiety that surrounded that Christmas was intense.
Yeah, and I want to transition to that because, two kind of follow-up questions. One very tough I have to ask you, but, obviously the challenges and lessons learned, how I interacted with you on Twitter was obviously your response to an IGN article about, Dreamcast killed Sega's hardware reign. And then in your tweet response to the IGN article, you said, sad to reflect, even 24 years later, what might have been for the Dreamcast. We were truly taking gamers where gaming was going. And for the record, in my humble opinion, it was the financial trauma created by the Saturn debacle that led to the downfall of Sega's hardware reign. And I wanted to follow up with that in reference to, and this is going to be tough for me because I'm a Sega kid. I have Sega here. Sega Japan leadership were like heroes to me. But you have an account of you kind of going and polling focus groups and trying to get a temperature of the room of how Sega is being perceived, how they're felt. And, the thought wasn't really positive. And you had to sit in front of my beloved Naka and Yu Suzuki, and heard it wasn't easy. And my boys were a little stubborn there. So please take me through all of this at this time.
Well, the structure. So you had Okawa-san, who was the benefactor and the ultimate owner of Sega, who owned the biggest call center company and loved Sega and loved it and put so much of his personal wealth and fortune into Sega to keep them afloat. But it was insufficient when you're taking on a consumer electronics behemoth like Sony, who were in their heyday in those days. A little different now because this is pre-Samsung. This is pre the LGs and the companies coming in and these smaller companies punching Sony in the nose in televisions and music and cameras, right? All of this stuff which were cash cows for Sony in the billions of dollars in those days. But video games, Ken Kutaragi in particular, had elevated video games much quicker up the Sony corporate ladder than anybody expected, because I think the power of the PlayStation. And then Sony's smart enough to understand one day these consoles are going to get out of the bedroom into the living room. Right. Yeah. And then we'll have the television, we'll have the speakers, we'll have the video game console, we'll have all of the necessary consumer electronics in billions of homes. And that was the grand master plan. And that entertainment would start being the driving force of consumer hardware, not necessarily productivity stuff, desktops and what have you there. And so, but in that fall, to the question, I could not convince. And I also saw, as graphics and the PS2, you can credit it, graphics getting better, there's more mature content happening. Yes. And all of a sudden, gamers who were 15 who would go, all right, I'm done with Donkey Kong and Duck Hunt and Legend of Zelda or whatever it happens in Mario and even the Crash Bandicoots and what have you, and moved on to other things. They're staying with it now because now all of a sudden you kind of got GTA 3 and things that go, wait, this is, I'm loving this. And so, and that was an inflection point that was very unique here because it was something that you played and enjoyed, and maybe you had a Game Boy at the same time, but then you moved on to other things. And obviously nobody does that anymore here, but you can point to the graphic power, to the CPU power, to online starting to take, so you could play with your friends no matter where they were in the world, take a little bit of a grip on it here. And so I could smell that we needed a radical change and not easy to do for a company that had been around for decades and had done just fine. And there's this concept of what's known as creative destruction. And you've got to just blow yourself up and reinvent yourself for what's coming down the turnpike before somebody else does. Right. And creative destruction, you're selling things well and you're comfortable, but you're not willing to change because you know darn well that it's going to be different. And the creative destruction here required us to start investing in Western content. Let's go get some studios around the world and let's put more money into North America and Europe where the real volume is going to be, and stop pushing most of the money into Japan. And my point would be on this fateful trip to Haneda.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
I
was waiting for. I didn't know if you was going to dance around it. We're going to talk about it.
No, I'll talk about it. No, but you had 9 studios with 9 demigods, the Yu Suzukis, the Nagoshis, and these guys, but they didn't leave Haneda. So their and we didn't get to see these games until sometimes in alpha. Wow. You have no idea what they're working on, and so they'll say, "We'll let you know when it's ready." Wow. And so we didn't have the benefit, which we all take for granted now, of like from the moment that we're green lighting a game, we start working on it, working on the positioning, working on the financial forecast. Now, we were, coming over once every few months for a review, and we'll show you what we're working on. Mm-hmm. And we were never allowed input into, we need to make this game. Mm-hmm. Never. So in San Francisco in the fall of 2000, I did focus groups. And the question for the focus groups, and this would be about 20, primarily males, 18 to 21, old enough to be able to communicate their thoughts. If you got too young, they really couldn't communicate well, that you could use that data. And the question was, I needed to prove to Sega Japan that we were falling behind, that we're being seen as not being innovative and creative anymore. And so the question was, if a video game publisher was a relative or a person, what would they be? And so EA was the quarterback, 6'5", came in, got the girls, swagger, arrogant. Mm-hmm. When he walked into a room, everybody turned around. That's who EA was. Mm-hmm. Take two, I always remember this, was your drunken uncle who would show up from Vegas with a woman of some disrepute on his arm and then disappear again for another year. And these are verbatims. This is not me. These are the verbatims. Sega, whereas your granddad used to be cool, but there's a little bit of dementia crept in now. And, these were the words. And so, as you do, I said, all right, let's package this up with the video, and let's go to sit down with Yuji Naka and Yu Suzuki and the executives, Oguchi-san and the executive in Japan, and show them. Because if you don't believe me, and this was what I called my manifesto. And if you don't believe me, then this is your customer talking right here. This is what they think. And, well, that did not go down well. So I was accused of doctoring the video.
Oh, no.
Nobody would talk about Sega like this. And so one of the few occasions in my professional career where I kind of lost it and I just said to my translator, I said, tell him to go F himself.
The scouts came out. The scouts came out. Liverpool came right out right there.
The red mist started to rise right there. So, and the translator was just a kid, like 20-year-old, and a good kid, and I'd known him for a number of years already. And he said, there is no word in Japanese for that. I said, I'm sure there is. And this was for me the beginning of the end. It was very much this myopic view of a time gone by when Japan was the cradle of video games, both hardware and software. All of the wonderful stuff that was coming out of there informed us global gamers, because that's where the top developers in the world were. And, and you would go out with these guys if I was in Tokyo and go out for beer in Ebisu or Shinagawa or in the Ginza. They'd be mobbed like rock stars.
Yeah, they were rock stars. They were.
So they was in their own little bubble.
Yeah, they was feeling themselves.
Yeah, it's like a dichotomy between two states. It's two minds. You have the Sega of America, and then you have the Sega of Japan. And it just doesn't seem like they're both connecting, because one is,
one sees itself superior to the other.
Right. Yeah, and it sucks really bad that they finally, you had to bring the information to them, like, listen, this is what they think about you guys over there, opposed to where they're at in their space. They're gods.
Yeah.
Was there no one?
No, please.
Was there no one in that meeting that kind of pulled you to the side? Like, I kind of get what you're saying. Like, I understand Naka's reaction. Was that the reaction across the board from everyone?
Naka and I had a little bit of a contentious relationship anyway, and a little bit of a hot head. And we had Sonic Team based in San Francisco, which was interesting because 650 Townsend, which was then, I think it still is, the Zynga headquarters there in downtown San Francisco. That was where I went to work every day at Sega of America headquarters. And when I was leaving at, say, 6 o'clock, 25 young Japanese men would be showing up for the night shift to work on Sonic games from 7 p.m. to 3 a.m. to get in sync with Tokyo time.
Right.
And so that's the way it worked. And so, and Naka would come over, learned very little English, but he believed we needed to do better with his IP. Remember, he did Phantasy Star Online as well.
Right. Yes. It's hard to talk to him. Yeah.
Yeah, but they didn't want to listen. There is that bubble. Yeah. There's myopicness. There is I love Japan, but you've got an island mentality, circle the wagons and look after each other. And when you lean back on your own history and think you will be forever successful, then and you don't throw the grenade in at some point of creative destruction and blow it up and figure out this is what happens. Yeah. And so we could see it, and we're living and breathing and doing business in the West. We were at the forefront. We could see what was going on. Yeah. And Sega, very rarely did they ever travel outside of Tokyo. And the game developers, I don't want to say were arrogant, but they were stubborn in their view is, I know what games to make. And many of them say, I'm going to make games that I want to play. Which is great, but there's about 5 million gamers I sell that as well that want to play the same game.
No, and it's weird because you look at it and you still, I mean, you look at Naka's last game, which is Balan Wonderworld, is very much a game that did not hit. And you look at what Yu Suzuki has done, and it is not, came back with Shenmue 3, and that was a moment, but ultimately the game proved that idea's time had passed. And it's like, even to this day, they kind of can't get out of that bubble. It's like, these are the games we make, these are the games we understand. We can't move past that. It's like sad.
Yeah, and the other thing as well, Sega was not built to scale and volume because they were still taking things out of the arcade, and the quirky games, which were great, but had no scale and volume. Seaman. Yes. Right, but great, loved it. Bad day when I came home from work and Seaman was floating at the top of my television. Bad day. And then, David, you mentioned D2, one of the more disturbing games I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
I mean, disturbing. But and then Sega Bass Fishing. I always tell the story. We had a peripheral for everything. And so. And you remember games in the old days, and the peripheral business in Japan was immense. And somewhere I think I've still got my Steel Battalion rig.
Oh, that's right. Yes, I remember.
And gamers today would just laugh at this stuff, but there was peripherals for everything. And we'd sit there blissfully casting our fishing rod, and my son Tyler, and I always tell this story, he and his friend Mashari would be playing in the living room. This is 20 odd years ago. And if I walked in and said something, they go, shh, you're going to scare the fish, right? So it's like, so I'm not sure they can hear me, but it was one of these where, but at the same time, this is the golden era of gaming. I mean, we could play all this quirky stuff, and it was just built for fun. And if it sold some units and made some money, then so be it.
Yeah, no doubt.
Wasn't Seaman voiced by Leonard Nimoy or something like that?
It was.
Yeah,
that's hilarious.
It was.
So he goes from one underdog
to the. I'm about to set him up right now. Let me. I got you.
And then he goes to Sega.
I'm about to do it right now. Because I know time's limited. We got to get to it. Yeah. So look, like King said, you see the writing on the wall. Obviously, the fateful meeting. You're frustrated, and looking back, this is now we could have set up your tenure to Microsoft, because looking back, as a Sega kid after Dreamcast, I was depressed, and for me, us Sega kids, we like orphans. Like, I didn't have a home. I didn't have a home anymore. Now I like PlayStation 1; it looked cool. Don't get me wrong. You know what I'm saying? But I remember seeing Xbox, and it felt familiar. Right, I started to see some Sega sensibilities, right, as a Sega kid. Obviously Shenmue 2 went there, a couple of stuff. So then we hear rumblings, of a new Xbox project that, there's something's going on that's going on there. So talk to me now, your transition from Sega to Xbox, and obviously the birth of the Xbox 360.
Yeah, so we started to build as we moved to third party. So that fateful day, January the 31st, 2001, I had to make the telephone conference call at the behest of my Japanese superiors to inform the world that we were getting out of the hardware business. And from the next day onwards, February the 1st, we would be a classic third party. And we would not only be developing games for our own hardware for a little while afterwards, but for Sony and Nintendo. And one of the more humbling things for me to do was have to travel to Tokyo and to Kyoto and get some dev kits, and work with the companies that I'd been throwing punches at, Sony in particular, and trying to get the company up and running as fast as we could, because we needed to drive revenue. We need to keep people employed. Right. Unfortunately, I had to let go that day on January 31st, and it still hurts me, 50% of the workforce in San Francisco. That was a bad day. And so, so it was very clear that somebody like me who I was not one to be going back and to Japan all the time, which was just killing me literally every 2 weeks, getting on a plane from San Francisco to Tokyo and working through it. And it started to build a good relationship with Microsoft. The Sony relationship with Sega was just never going to happen. But Microsoft, we caught them, if you will, at the right time. We already had a relationship with Microsoft because the operating system on the Dreamcast was Windows CE.
Yes.
Right. And so I started to build relationships there. Then we started to move a lot of our content towards this project of which you referred, a little bit on the original Xbox, but that they were trying to get from under that as fast as they possibly could, because they were losing a fortune on those boxes and certainly not getting the attach rate on the software. And so I got a phone call from Robbie Buck, who I'd started to do a lot of business with, and said, hey, I'd like you to come up to Redmond quietly, if you would, and meet with Steve Ballmer and have lunch with Steve and, talk about what the future holds here at Microsoft and see if you're interested. And so very quietly, and I was still working for Sega at the time, jumped on a plane to Seattle and had lunch with Steve in his office. And he said, look, we're going to go hard at this. We're committed to this. We do worry, or Bill worries intensely, that Sony is going to own the living room. And we, Microsoft, don't want to be just desktop computers and Excel spreadsheets and PowerPoint presentations and Outlook calendars and NT servers and everything that Microsoft would do at the time. We need to be in the living room. We need to be more of a consumer-focused company than we currently are. This was during the period of time, you remember the TV commercials, Apple versus Microsoft, and the two actors who played theoretically Steve Jobs and Bill Gates. And this was just making us look silly. And Steve said, we don't have people like you. Right. That we're engineers, we're salespeople, but what we don't have is people that are built to take on as a challenger brand, the likes of a Sony. And his words to me is, I need somebody that can help us take on PlayStation. So again, you go back and talk to your family about the move to rainy Seattle. And for the first year, I went back and two during the week. But my son Tyler, who I was mentioning earlier, was a high school senior at that point. Didn't want to take him out of his high school in Marin County, San Francisco area. And I'd come back, Thursday nights, and then go back on a Monday morning first thing and work out of Redmond. I did that for a year, and then we moved up to Bellevue, Washington, which is a suburb of Seattle. And then we got into it. Then it was like, all right, we're going to build this thing.
Let's talk about it.
We're going to the first thing we needed to get right was the silicon, and the Intels and the little early in the NVIDIA days and the AMDs and all of these companies that were doing chips, figuring out how to be able to build that out, because we're not a hardware company,
right?
We're just not really a hardware company, but started to build out Xenon, as it was known at the time, and it was fascinating to me watching everything start to come together, and the idea of building out online as the USP, the unique selling proposition here was key, because I always felt that Sony, hardware company at its heart, if there was an Achilles heel they would have initially was building out robust, scalable online platforms and software and infrastructure, exactly. Global billing systems and customer service, all of the things. Because it's very clear to me, once you got online up and running, you could then build a direct relationship with the gamer. You didn't need retailers anymore.
You learned that from Sega when you was at Sega.
The
right?
roots of what, was SegaNet. You look at the hardware, software services, and that's what gaming is today. And we had it first, if you will, with the Dreamcast, SegaNet, and those great games. Right. You got your hardware, your software, and your services. And it was a little early to call it SaaS, software as a service, but that's where games are to this day now. But yeah, we learned, I absolutely learned that at Sega, and I could see what online was going to be. And I often say the Dreamcast, as it was stumbling to the ground, passed the baton to the Xbox, what became the 360.
This is my question to you. All right, so now that you was in that fight with Dreamcast, and Dreamcast is your baby, you on your, you had to go there and you had to let go 50% of the staff, and that stuff is still fueling inside you. Then you have the conversation and the job offering. How are you licking your chops at, I'm gonna get a shot at this champion one more time. I'm gonna do it with more bucks and a better fighter. Tell me about that fire right there that was lit.
Well, that was the attraction, was to, I felt bad that Sony, and look, I would have, if I was Sony, I would have done the same thing, but that Sony had killed my Dreamcast, if you will.
You took it personal?
Yeah. Well, you do. When you're sat down with 60 people in one afternoon and telling them they no longer have a job, you take it personally. That hurts you. And these are not only, we were a tight group at SOA. I mean, we had gone and we'd fought with SOJ and got to where we felt we needed to be and had a phenomenal first few months. But then, we didn't get to the top of the mountain that we needed to be, and we had to let go of it. And you're saying goodbye to your friends. And so is it Sony's fault? Not really, because they're doing what they needed to do, which was crush the competition.
Yes.
But you do have that little bit, I'm going to show them. And to your point,
Liverpool.
King, yeah, exactly. And then when you can go to a Microsoft and sit down with Steve Ballmer and says, we're in. And when Microsoft says it's in, this is not just, we got a few $million sitting around. Yeah. You know what this is going to take. And the thing that I always resonate from that conversation is this could take us 10 years, but we know what we need to do as a company because we have done this for decades in building out things that some instances didn't exist. You go all the way back to MS-DOS and then, of course, Windows and what have you. But he convinced me in classic Steve style, that they were in. And I thought, here's my chance to work with and I started to initially meet with all the people who I knew because I've been working with them in Sega and really admired the team there. And I thought, all right, I took on Sony in a freaking Chevy Impala.
Let's go.
Right, yeah, now I've got myself at the very least an Aston Martin, and probably a Ferrari F1 car here, and the pit crew and the resources to back it up. And the interesting thing, unlike what happens now, is that we had said goodbye to the Xbox. We were out of the business. Right. We were like, all right, leave us alone for a couple of years, right? And we kept a very low profile. We had were operating away from the Microsoft campus in the Millennium campus right at the end of the 520 highway there, and we liked it there, being away from the Borg, as it was called, and building a brand, building an entertainment brand separately from Microsoft. And I had many of these conversations with Bill, with Robbie present. We had these 2-in-1s. I said, look, we've got to build the Xbox brand. Right. And Microsoft has come a long way since those days. But, I said, Bill, you're going to see packaging and you're going to really have to look hard to see Microsoft on that packaging, And so we need to build, as Sony does. I mean, I'll still say Sony PlayStation, but they don't. It's PlayStation, right? And so and so that's what we embarked upon doing. And those were fascinating times for me. I was learning on the job. Look, I'm not a Microsoft employee. I mean, I'm a PE teacher, but I do know how to throw punches. I can hold an audience. I can convince people of a product and its attributes, and I can build marketing campaigns. And perhaps most importantly, I can corral teams and say, all right, we're going for it. And different than other Microsoft employees who were highly technical. And so what we built was a team that all had our own roles in figuring out how to build not just a piece of hardware, but software and services that would complement that. So you weren't just selling a game and that somebody would play the game. You were building a 24-hour, always-on experience. And that was what I got. And the marketing line that we worked on, that I hope still to this day, every Xbox employee would say, we built a living entertainment experience powered by human energy. That was the line. That was the line we built. And everybody knows that, right? And so when you think about that, and it may sound like marketing speak, but it was alive and it was entertainment, not just games, but everything that then could be. Remember, you could play music and look at your photo.
Oh, yeah.
Stuff at times that you go, I'm not interested in that. But this was what we needed to do to just go one step past Sony, get to the PlayStation, and then get on that march to deliver before they delivered their next version of the PlayStation.
I remember the first time seeing you. We get our E3 tapes, and we're watching, and you came out. And I'm like, who is this guy? Like, you automatically captured the room, like Trip Hawkins. Like, I remember the first time I met Trip Hawkins, and he captures the room. You captured the room, and this is our brand of choice now. Xbox is our brand of choice. Sega's passed, and you're a brand of choice, and you're up there. And I remember Cox said, that's who we need. That's the guy we need right there. He's the showman. That's who we need, that guy. So I just want Cog to take over from there.
It's true. I mean, we used to buy the E3 tapes, and back then it was still consumer facing. We couldn't attend, so we would get it like a year or 6 months later and watch the E3 presentations. And I was like, who is this guy? I like this guy because he's out there, he's a showman. Obviously, we know about the tattoos, and it just brought a swagger and an energy to the brand. And I guess that's from your experience of being the challenger brand and saying, hey, this is where we need to be. You let's be honest, and Sav could appreciate this. Like, during that era, you helped us usher in, getting that stable broadband connection because you wanted to play on Xbox Live. You ushered in, we got to step our TVs up. We got to get this 720p, 1080i, 1080p. We would get games just to
surround sound.
Yeah, just to see the back of the box, to see what it was capable of. I think Xbox really pushed that forward, and they don't get enough credit. Games like Cameo and, all these games that you're like, wow, I could push my TV, because let's be honest, other mediums wasn't pushing it like that. So you got that. Japanese games, obviously, 1 versus 100. And I just remember, obviously, one of the pinnacles for us is Gears of War. And Attic, you might appreciate this, the Mad World trailer. And at that time, I never seen anything that looked like that on a home console. And it was just stunning. So, like, tell me just...
Not to mention, even though it was stunning, it had a good narrative, had a good atmosphere.
It made you care. It
was everything. It was the whole package.
It was a thing. Like, 360 was a thing. And as again, Sega kid was often come to Xbox Find a Home. And now I'm like, you're the face pushing the brand and getting the pride up because it was really quality stuff going on. Like, looking back at that moment, like, did you realize the revolution that you guys were creating?
We knew we needed to create one. We just couldn't recycle what the playbook of PlayStation or in days gone by, Sega and Nintendo. We needed to break away from the consumer's perception of what Microsoft would be if they were a video game company. Back to my focus group. God only knows what the answer to that one would have been at the time. But games then, and getting up to the launch, I spent 6 months with every journalist that could make it to Redmond, Washington under strict NDA, demoing really just 2 games, Gears of War. And we had a big vertical slice from Cliffy B and Tim Sweeney and the team there Jay Wilbur, I always remember. These guys at Epic had created this thing. And remember, and this is
Yeah,
important.
Cliffy told us all about it. We had him on once.
We had Cliffy on. He said it too. Yeah.
Yeah, but this is also the debut of UE4, right? Unreal Engine. Well, right? And the thing that, whether Cliffy talked about it, I'm sure he did, knowing Cliffy, is that these guys, to their credit, said, we don't want advance funding from you, Microsoft. We don't want, millions. We're going to like build this, but the royalty payments, because we know this thing is going to be immense. And the royalty payments that you're going to pay us will be, I can't remember the percentage, but it was very unusual. They went, don't need your money, Microsoft. We're going to build this thing. It's going to be immense. It's going to launch your platform, and you're going to owe us a lot of money as a result of that. So, but I demoed Gears of War and Cameo. And Cameo, I mean, could there be two more disparate game experiences? Gears of War, but I sat in Millennium Conference Room B1216 for 6 months with a controller, with a humming dev kit that was on fire underneath my.
Was it the 256 or the 512 version?
I'm trying to. Well, it would probably be the 512 for Gears of War. Let me tell you, but it would be. And then the Gears of War story, we knew we needed to do something different. And marketing reported into me then. And I shall never forget this moment. In that very same conference room, McCann Erickson, our agency of record that we're building everything. And these guys were great. And they were gamers. And they said, we want to come in and we want to spend an hour with you because we're going to do something a little different than you might imagine for Gears of War. And it's going to be pretty disruptive. And you've got to buy into this. So 10 a.m. on a Tuesday morning, let's say it is, they come in, and typically when you're pitching something, you build these big sketchbooks, and this is how it's going to work, and you flip it through, and this character is going to do this, and this character is going to do that.
I got you.
He said, let's turn the lights out. Let's turn the lights out. We all sat in the dark, very uncomfortable, and we did play. And it is the Gary Jewell version of the Tears for Fears hit, Mad World. But in this iconic, soulful, the story. And they said, imagine the action is not the usual, shoot 'em up, big explosions, AC/DC, Metallica, Def Leppard style video game. We're going to use this version. And it's going to be our hero taking on the boss character, but almost in a somewhat operatic moment, not fast action. And there'll be a lot of self-reflection in the characters. And I bought into it straight away and said, all right, let's go. And then just to take you through the chronology, we went to Digital Domain, who are still a very well-known digital effects house that supports Hollywood. And they said, we're going to do this in CGI. And I went, we can't do this in CGI. We've got to go in engine. We've got to go in it. Well, that's going to cost, I think it was another $600,000, I remember, because we got to get the dev kits in there for the creators to create. Now, and that scene in the TV commercial does not exist in the game. That is not in the game. But that TV commercial combined with the stuff that we were doing that was broader with kind of the jump in stuff with the double Dutch rope and then the infamous railway station standoff, which never saw the light of day, which just still upsets me to this day. That gave us a nice balance of what we needed to do. So supporting Epic with Gears of War, knowing that this thing was going to drive hardware at an unprecedented level. The flip side of that a little bit is it kind of made us a shooter box pretty quickly. And we needed to balance that out. With Halo as well.
I got a question, and I don't know if you can answer this, but I know people in the community are going to be very upset with me being the JRPG person I am if I don't ask this. What would to your knowledge and to what you can say, what was one of the reasons that we never got like a Lost Odyssey 2 or a Blue Dragon 2 or like anything else from Mistwalker? Because I know they made Lost Odyssey and Blue Dragon. They made a game for Nintendo, but they never came back to the Xbox platform. And I think a lot of the community is just wondering, because we haven't even got like a remake or anything like that. Is there anything you can enlighten on that?
I could only speak about the days I was there, and RPGs or JRPGs were tough sells for us, and we needed to build a broader box. We had our share of RPGs. I think Panzer Dragoon Orta, if you remember, not necessarily a deep RPG, but we needed, and we weren't getting the support. Lost Odyssey, I'm trying to think, racking my brain now, was phenomenal. But did that just appear on the PlayStation? Was that the?
No, it was an Xbox exclusive.
Yeah, it was 5.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, I think it was a moment in time where you start looking at, all right, where are we going to put our money now? This is the other thing is, you're writing really big checks to get content at this point, because you don't have an install base you can point to. You have forecasts, if anybody's going to believe them, and so you've got to start saying, all right, Mr. Developer, Mr. Publisher, Ms. Publisher, if we give you 5, 10, 15, 20 million to support your dev team to get it out there, can we at least get day and date with the other guys, if not an exclusive? And we would do a lot of that because we needed to. We needed to travel the world to prove ourselves to the development and publishing community, who were very much at this point in Sony's pocket, coming out of the Dreamcast falling off and Nintendo kind of, completely first party focused, as they always were and probably always will be for the most part. And who are we to come in and say, I want your PlayStation dev team that's currently working on something. So we spent a lot of money, and it was money very well spent, to make sure that we were at least at parity in most instances and most genres. But we were a shooter box for a long time, and that's why I spent a lot of time going over to Rare and working on games like Viva Pinata and trying to broaden things out the other side, so that we were not perceived as purely a shooter box, and that was important.
Yeah, no, that was huge.
So that 360 is beating up on this PlayStation 2 something terrible. Because y'all was doing it. Y'all are balling on all cylinders, and you're leading the ship, and right now you're the captain of the ship. And you hear about the PlayStation 3 getting ready to launch, and when they said that price,
600.
I
bottles?
will never forget. Obviously, it was at E3. In those days, then you could stream the other guys' press conferences. There was a streaming platform where you could watch what the other guys were. And it was me, Robbie Bach, Jay Allard, if you remember Jay. George,
legends.
Yeah, George Peckham was head of third party. We were all in there kind of watching it. We're distracted because we're getting ready for meetings on the show floor that afternoon. Right. And then Jack Trenton wanders out. Then I have this vision of Kazurai kicking him on from the side stage and saying, you go tell him. And he goes, and it'll be $5.99. And I can tell you that in the Microsoft room, we're watching this, there was stunned silence. And we're all going, did he just say
Did you guys get like any insight info, or was it completely blind?
No insight whatsoever. I mean, you do. So what you do is you war game going into a launch, and we had war gamed about 6 months out in a hotel in Bellevue, Washington. I actually played the role of Ken Kutaragi.
Oh, you were the father of PlayStation. How to destroy Xbox.
And so what you do is you war game your strategies, your price points, you work with developers, your marketing, and then you go in front of a panel of consultants and you present what your plan is versus, and then somebody else did Xbox, and it scared me that I won. So it just it's like, but you learn from that. Why did I win? Well, here are the things that I presented, whether it was the lineup, the price point, the launch positioning, the narrative, the PR, all of that. And so then you break that down and say, okay, they won because of this. Now, what do we do to forestall this? And this is where we needed to create the console wars. We needed, because you need to create, if you're down below trying to climb up that ladder, you need to be disruptive. You need to be a little bit more irreverent because you got nothing to lose. You're not number one anyway, and so that's what we started to do. And I can tell you, I had never high-fived so many people in such a short period of time when that price point came out. And then, just to add salt to the gamer's wounds, I remember Kutaragi said, well, you'll just work overtime to afford that.
Oh, you had to get an extra job. You'll just get an extra job. I remember that. Wow.
Ridge Racer.
I can see the Office talk at that time was legendary. Did you hear what PlayStation said today?
That was insane. I'm sorry, please, Peter, I'll jump in.
Yeah, no. But what you do is you there's always point and counterpoint, and you're planning out. This is a battle. This is where you position your troops, and your troops are your PR narrative, ready to launch a game that people weren't expecting, tattooing your body for effect, all of this stuff that always comes in there. So yeah, sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. I mean, and I'm glad Addict and King brought this up because, again, you in your role, the challenger brand, you're going up against the behemoth that is Sony, and the thing that I want to kind of give extra context is not that you were fighting with one arm behind your back, but similar now what's going on with regulators, like you guys were under regulator scrutiny at that time, from my understanding, whether it was Microsoft they wanted to split Microsoft into two, and then obviously, you have that challenge, and then we have to talk about, which I feel is one of your greatest moments, and people look at it as a dark moment, but I actually look at it as one of your greatest, was Red Ring of Death, because at the end of the day, this is something that you realize was going on. You could choose not to be transparent about it. You can choose not to be customer first, and then you have to put your literal job on the line, and Steve Ballmer ain't the smallest individual to really be going up against, talk about, I need all this money to solve this real potential issue. So I want you to talk about the regulators that you were dealing with the Xbox 360, and obviously what we consider, and you yourself consider, the Tylenol moment of the Red Ring of Death.
Yeah. So when I arrived at Microsoft in the spring of 2003, Microsoft was operating under consent decree from the Department of Justice of the U.S. government. Wow. And what that means is there was an investigation going on of whether Microsoft was a monopoly, and that monopoly would be the combination of Internet Explorer and Windows together that did not allow, and it sounds strange to tell people today, but Explorer was like 95% of all of the web browsing. There's no Chrome or Firefox or anything in those days. If you wanted to get on the web, you went through Explorer. And you wanted to operate your desktop or your laptop, you did it through Windows. And so the belief was that this created an unfair monopoly. And what the US government was trying to do was to split up the company in two, the Internet Explorer company and the Windows company. In the end, it didn't happen. Thank goodness. And why didn't it happen? Because Microsoft funded Apple to keep them in business.
Oh, that's right.
Here's the, whilst I was there, I think they put 150 million in, and go check, but just to keep Apple afloat. So at least in the OS space to keep somebody alive. And so it's laughable now that 150 million was needed to keep them alive. And I think we got 10% of the company for that. Again, we look at it, but then, so what did that mean for video game? You couldn't buy anything. You couldn't acquire companies.
I'm glad you said that, because a lot of people feel like, why didn't they do more during that period? But continue. I'm sorry. Continue.
Yeah, you couldn't acquire, because if you're already a monopoly and investigation, well, you can't go buy more things that would even underline and validate that monopoly even further. So anyway, and to King's question, of course, yeah, I mean, we started to ship hard as we were catching up with production from the launch quantity, which is always restricted, and then we started to get a little bit of concern in the QA of our product that we were getting failure rates on the production line. And then starting to get little smoke signals from retail that our failure rate, returns coming in, was a lot higher than expected. There's always returns, but we're starting to talk double-digit numbers. And at first, we were completely puzzled as to, and somewhat skeptical, I remember thinking, how can this be? But then you go look at our warehouses, and the graveyard started to pile up. The graveyard is hardware that just doesn't work and failed its QA test coming off the line. And then we're starting to inspect returns from Best Buy and Walmart and Toys R Us and go, where? And as everybody remembers, the power ring at the beginning, it's all green, it's fine. But those red rings, you got a problem. And so we then, we had to then huddle together, because you couldn't just say we got a problem. You needed an answer and a solution. And so, an incredibly long, complex story short, we figured out that what we needed to do was take back every impacted Xbox, from around the world, wherever we'd shipped. We would send you, FedEx you, overnight you, a custom box, which we had to make with padding if any of you were impacted. You dropped in your Xbox 360. You either kept your faceplate and or your hard drive, depending on what you wanted to do. You had a prepaid overnight shipment to wherever. And then the moment we either put a replacement Xbox 360 in the box or fixed the one you'd sent us, then we would overnight it to you. And we had done a calculation that this was going to cost somewhere in the region of $1.15 billion. And a lot of that was, not a lot, but a good chunk of that was just the operational end of shipping back into the repairs, that the number of people required that had to be hired to manage this at a customer service level. But this is what I called at the time, and still talk about, the Tylenol moment. And as a refresher, because this was 30 plus years ago now, one night in Chicago, people bought Tylenol at the drugstore, and 6 or 7 of them the next morning are dead because somebody had gone in and laced that Tylenol with cyanide.
Wow.
And this is, when you have drugs now and you've got that safety seal, this is because of that night. Drugs weren't. You had a bit of cotton wool, you opened it and took the cotton wool out. So, and why it's still taught today, what Johnson & Johnson, the manufacturer of Tylenol, did was completely go out of business the next morning in Tylenol. Took every single container of Tylenol off the shelves, went out of business until they could figure out what had happened. To my understanding, the perpetrator of the crime was never caught.
Right.
And it's a tragedy. But what came out of that was then the safety seals and everything, caps that require squeezing, all this stuff.
Yes.
And what Johnson & Johnson did was save the Tylenol brand.
Yes.
Save the Tylenol brand. And so this is what we need to do, because if we hadn't have done what we did that day, and Steve Ballmer's saying, what's it going to cost? 1.15 billion reserved for that, Steve. And he said, do it.
Hey, babe.
That was,
started.
I can see it. Starting to, the hurricane's
The hurricane's coming. I know we go. I'm trying to speed through some more questions before we lose you.
But I mean, and credit Steve Ballmer for giving us the green light without any question to salvage the brand. Otherwise, that brand, which with some pride I saw, is now one of the top 50 brands in the world. Absolutely. It wouldn't have existed, and is, the driving force for Microsoft acquiring Activision Blizzard for
we're gonna talk about it.
$78 billion. And so from that perspective, if we hadn't have done what we did, and I still feel bad for gamers and all of the quirky stuff, wrapping towels around them that they had to do.
The cooling attachments. Oh my God. No, look, brother, I want to give you your flowers on that, because again, just in general with your success, the showmanship, the commitment to the brand, obviously this key moment, because without that moment, there potentially is no more Xbox brand. That the brand would be done. It would be a laughing stock at that point, and to bring that validity. So with all these things, in our opinion, King, we have solidified Lord Petermore on Xbox's Mount Rushmore. And we at least said he's on there. As far as leadership, is no question. So we gotta bring it to present day. You know, what are your current thoughts on the series consoles, Game Pass, and of course, our good friend to the realm, Lord Phil Spencer? You know, what are your thoughts on the current regime of Xbox?
Phil worked with me during that period of time, and Phil actually spent a couple of years in England looking after studios there, Lionhead and Rare, and Phil did a great job in managing some difficult people and doing phenomenal work for two studios with Fable and, as I said, Viva Pinata and the stuff that we were trying to drive out of there. Obviously, Cameo was one of those that came out of Rare as well. And Phil, to his credit, has been able to lead the Xbox business to be a material part of the Microsoft business financially, where people actually care about the business and look at it. When I was there, this was very much a strategic play, and we were not material in the slightest, which was actually good news because we didn't get the scrutiny, I'm sure, that Phil operates under at this point. But Phil's a gamer. There are very few executives in this world that have got the gaming roots that Phil Spencer has. He is a tremendous leader, and he leads from the front. And anybody in his position with the things that he has to do, working with inside of Microsoft, which I know very well, you've got to be a survivor, and you've got to be tough. And you've got to stand up for you and your team and your business, because I guarantee you, still within there, and certainly when I waste of money to be in the video game business, a waste of money. So
no, well said. Going to speed through a couple more. As far as a big talk right now is, obviously you mentioned earlier, Microsoft acquiring ABK. You know, consolidation in the industry is a huge topic among gaming circles. So, like, how do you feel about it now compared to your era? And you have any concerns about consolidation, buying studios long term for the health of the industry?
I think it's the intent of the acquisition, the consolidation that would concern you. One side of it is, when the Disneys of this world and the Apples of this world and the Netflixes of this world and the Googles of this world and the Amazons of this world start looking at games as something that becomes accretive to their P&L, their stock price, and their company, then that tips your hat to the gaming industry, because that would never have happened during my time. The flip side of that very much is what are their intent? Are they going to just absorb the IP and churn out movies? We're starting to see that, obviously, with the phenomenal success of Mario, and then of course Sonic. And the Sonic movie. If you'd have told me that was going to be doing hundreds of millions and there'll be a sequel, but and I think Hollywood in particular, and look, we're I don't know where we are on the writers' strike and the Screen Actors Guild, but they're going to be looking for IP that can be converted pretty quickly, and looking for innovative things. So consolidation has always been there, at EA, and we haven't even talked about EA, but
I know.
we need part two of
this.
We
need part two. We got to get part two.
Yeah, for sure.
But, we looked at, and whether it's acquisition or consolidation, but you start looking at, BioWare and PopCap and, Playfish, which was $250 million. All of these things allow you, that not necessarily consolidation. Consolidation is usually the big guys all getting together, but growth through acquisition in any business, particularly a business that is in its early years, is what happens. And you look at companies and developers do they have great dev talent? Do they have good IP? Are they immediately accretive, which means that they deliver profit to the bottom line? And are they better than what we've got right now? And that's what you do. And so go ahead.
I got a quick question. If you can go back during the 360 era, was there a studio that you would have just wanted? But obviously those kind of conversations wasn't there, but was ever a studio that you was like, man, I'd like for them to be under the Microsoft and Xbox brand?
Well, you've got to point to something like a Rockstar, right, and go, yeah,
why not?
And look, are studios easy to manage and all, unicorn sprinkles and rainbows? No, they're not. It's why, we had Bungie.
Yeah.
And then we didn't have Bungie. And we just did we need Bungie? Great, but did we need the IP of Halo? You bet. And if Bungie wanted to go do different things, Destiny, then so be it. But we maintain Halo because that's where it was. So these are all things that have been going on for decades in our industry, and you can point to great examples of this that have worked, and then some that maybe haven't.
No, good point. And I'm glad you mentioned that it has been going on for a long time in the industry.
Yeah.
And I know I don't want to say it's fear mongering, but there were a lot of concerns. But fun one, because you're in a unique position because you've been at Sega and Xbox. Obviously, within the hearings of ABK, we saw Sega's name listed on mergers and acquisitions by Xbox. So I was very curious, what are your thoughts about that? Obviously, I'm biased, so I see an organic relationship there, and things have obviously improved. They're doing Azure with the Super game, and then they have the Yakuza games, the Persona games now coming to Game Pass and all that other stuff. But what are your thoughts of that potential acquisition, and would that make sense to you, being that you were at both companies?
So every company, particularly publicly traded ones, their head of corp dev and corporate affairs will have its hit list, will have its list to present to the board of directors. Here's the top 20 players right now, and here's the reasons why we would like to acquire them, or they make no sense whatsoever. So I didn't see the list that I've read about it, but what I think you start looking at is where is the industry going, and it's clearly moving now as the tech is catching up into a streaming play. Where for decades we've been worried that this is the last console generation. We're all going to just get a chip in our PC or in our television that will immediately allow us to stream games with zero latency and lag. And we're still waiting for that, but we'll get there in the end. But from the perspective of then it becomes an IP, then it's a content play. It's like you just plug and play. Sega may have 500 games in its vault, right? And it's like, okay, if we acquire Sega, and I'm making this up here, but we acquire Sega, we get their vault. We get 500 games that you plug right in. Look, we all go on Netflix or Apple TV or Amazon Prime, and we spend 20 minutes looking for something we want to play because there's hundreds to listen to or to watch, and there's hundreds of thousands on there. So it's like you've got to build volume. And if these all access passes, these streaming services, which the big companies, the tech companies, what's known as the FANG companies are moving towards, then they've got to populate those services with a lot of content. And sometimes you need quantity, which a Netflix has, and you better have some quality as well. But you need to populate your service so that you've got stuff in there. That's where the classic, the Segas of this world, the Konamis of this world, if you will, even Western developers, have this archive of content. And you know what? There's a market for Sega Genesis games to be played in a streaming service. And go play. I play Golden Axe and Altered Beast and what have you. Games like that, and you put them on there. So I can see the rationale. Do I think it would happen? I don't know. But I can see the rationale because the business is changing towards that. Like, here it is. It's going to be up there forever, and go play it at your heart's content.
No, well said. I know we're getting past time and trying to be respectful here. Solve, I want to get you in and King any questions. We may have to do part two, and then we got the hurricane.
Yeah, I think a part two makes sense.
Yeah.
No, I'm be honest, Peter, the 360 generation was super special. And I think that was the first time I really started noticing the faces of the industry, including yourself, Jack Tretton over at the front of PlayStation, things of that nature. I think a question, why do you think that isn't so much a thing now, except for Xbox, right? Xbox makes sure that all of their faces are up. We know Phil Spencer, we know Aaron Greenberg, we know Sarah Bond. But why do you think that the PlayStation in particular has gone away from that, because even Nintendo does it in a way where they used to not do that. They used to be sort of, hey, you get the games, you get Miyamoto, but you don't really get anyone else. Why do you think there's a move away from that? Where it's like, because for me, when I see you on a stage, I'm excited about whatever you have to say. I know something good's coming. I know I'm going to be captivated. And that's such a special, because this industry is special in that it's a hobbyist industry. This is the fans sort of drive the fandom, right? This isn't like, I'm a fan of radios, or I'm a fan of televisions. It's very different in that regard. So the faces at the forefront of it are very important to push the messaging. So I wonder if you have any thoughts about why that's sort of changed.
I think, and I'm going back 20 years here, when I'm stood on the stage for the first time with Microsoft, and then certainly with EA, that hardware and software needs a human face. And our industry then was still going through very much, prove it, show me. Mm-hmm. And so you needed people, if you were like myself, that could be there. And this played into this sense of console wars, that it was me, Jack Trenton, Reggie, Iwata-san, God rest his soul. These were the faces, and you need a face. As attractive as the hardware is, it needs somebody to explain it.
Right.
And no disrespect to the people who make it, but they're not the people that can stand on stage for half an hour. And that's changing. You see Apple executives that are very well media trained doing that, when they do this. But I loved it because I wanted to generate a sense of like, this is war. This is big stakes, but this is early on. And look, and Jack was a good friend, and Reggie, but when it was E3, who's won E3? You remember those?
Yeah, that was the thing. Oh yeah,
it's well, it used to be, but up until the very last E3 that we've had, it's still a thing.
And so from that perspective, but it always needed people like myself, non-technical people per se, that were able to get up there, bit of pizzazz, do cool things, athletes on stage, celebrities on stage, great videos, and give it some life and have some fun with it. I'm often mocked because I used to write a bunch of this stuff, and I remember writing a line about lucid dreams, and to this day, and I wrote, my fault, not my PR people, but it's like, it'll be like a lucid dream and the zen of gaming, and this is stuff that we had so much fun with, because we're in the entertainment business. This is not productivity software. These are not televisions. It needs people to explain. And for me, and for my days at Sega, and my days at Microsoft, and my days at EA, you needed to bring this to life in innovative, entertaining, memorable ways. Hence tattoos.
Well, so can you want to get one in before?
Yes. Well, okay. Well, my thing is more of a statement, because I know it's time. This is the time at the end of it. But I just wanted to say that you have been on the forefront, and now that I'm watching it, the forefront of a lot of my key moments in history and life. You've been at Reebok. You've been this competitor there, but even further than that, you were a young kid that just wanted to play soccer, that loved soccer, right? Yeah. And this is your thing, and you became a PE teacher, and you're like, yo, this is it, But it's the competitive nature and that hunger and that drive. And then you see your parents, hard workers. You got that hard work from them. So you go to Reebok and you're this competitor and you're fighting that big Nike, and man, I didn't get this one. And then you move on to Sega and you're fighting this Sony and you're fighting Nintendo, but you're the great competitor. The great competitor is here. And I'm learning that throughout this whole conversation, that you are the great competitor. And people look over and they said, if we want a fighting chance, we got to get Peter Moore.
Facts.
Yeah.
You are the fighting chance. And you went in there, you talked to Steve Ballmer, and you had this situation that's coming up, and you fought it head on. Everything is head on, 100% face forward transparency. And I remember seeing you on the stage, and I said, man, this is the guy that we need at this point in time to get us past this point. Because I remember you saying, I watched so many interviews of you, I couldn't wear Nike for a year after I left Reebok. and it's something inside of you. It's like when you take a position against something, you can admire the champ, but I want to knock that champ out. I want to knock him out. And I'm going to tell you, you did it. You did it. You knocked the champ out in that 360 era. Despite everything that was going on, despite the hamstrings with the government, despite the red ring of death, you solidified Microsoft at that point as a gaming power.
And that's a lot of block.
Yes.
Like,
right?
Just the red ring of death probably would have crippled a lot of places. Like,
and the fact that you punched him on the chin, you wobbled that champ, you saw the chink in the armor, you as a competitor, and you get your team now. I'm so happy that we got this interview because you are a key point, and people need to know that you were the foundation. Like, you solidified Xbox at that 360 golden era, and people go back and they say, when was Xbox great? It was the Peter Moore times. Right, and right now, Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer is on his journey.
That's his title here, so you know. Would it be clear? Would it make sure we got Phil's title correct?
Yeah. He's on his journey going forward because our biggest contention before was who was the greater like CEO. And now I'm getting the chance to see it. I'm saying this guy is the fighter. He is the assassin. He's the guy that you called. Without you, there is no this.
And then remember, not to interrupt you, King, Mike Mullis, a good friend to the world, tells a story during his Sega days. I don't know, Peter, you can confirm or deny. The statutes of limitations are up. Sega 99 E3 party to hangar. I was told you were hanging off a metal girder, yelling that we're going to kick Sony's ass. And I don't know if you want to, if the statutes of limitations up, are we confirming or we denying?
I can neither confirm or deny. but just to King's point, look, if you're going to be in this business and you're going to be a brand, and what does a brand mean? A brand needs to evoke emotion. It needs to lure you to it rather than the other guy's brand. And you've got to sleep, eat, live, and breathe it with you and your team. And anybody that tries to take something away from you, they fundamentally become the enemy. Now, and I don't want to talk in warlike state, but you've got to fight to your last breath for your brand, because your customers believe in you, and you owe it to them. B, the people that work on that brand, and that's why I've always worked in consumer brands, because I love that interaction with people that buy your product and love your product, and whether it's shoes or games or hardware, or my football team, where the emotions every weekend of 300 million people are on your shoulders here, So, but anyway, I'm gonna leave you with one thing. I'm gonna leave you with one thing here, and so you talk about brand loyalty, because I do have to get on the road and get out of this hurricane.
You gotta go.
But let's do a bit of a prop for you, and then you can see what a brand guy is. So,
oh my God!
That Dreamcast fit is crazy. That boy clean. That boy came through clean. Let's go. Oh man,
wow.
The legend. Woo.
I go to the pub like this every night.
Look, we got to get you on your way. Peter Moore spent so much time with us.
Safe.
Just want to again commend you and your journey. EA, I know we didn't get into your journey, obviously, to your hometown football club, Liverpool. The Scows are doing this thing. You'll never walk alone, obviously. And now Santa Barbara Sky, which we didn't get into. I want to thank you so much for taking time out your day. You are a legend in the industry. The showmanship, the aggressiveness, and just the pride, of being of the Contender brand. We really respect your tenure, and I just want to give out that again. Thank you for coming on our platform. Attic, everyone, just give our outros to Peter. Let him get on his way. Attic, your thoughts to Peter before he goes on.
Really appreciate you coming on. You was definitely. We have a list. We have a blacklist, and you was definitely on the top of that list.
No doubt. Solve the legend, Peter Moore. I want to give up your outro.
Thank you so much for joining us, Peter. Just to piggyback quickly on what King said. The great thing about you also is that you do all of that bravado, all of that showmanship. None of it is with hubris. You came into the game space, eyes open, ears open, ready to learn and ready to sort of take it to the next level without thinking that you knew what coming in and thinking that you knew what it needed. And that made you a great leader at both Sega and Xbox. So thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for your contributions to gaming. Really appreciate you.
Lord King, your outro to the legend, Peter Moore.
I just want to say thank you to young Peter Moore, the kid, the fighter. who gave me some of my greatest memories. And thank you. You wobbled the champ, you dropped the champ, and you are the champ. Fantastic stuff. Thank you so much. You have confirmed a lot of stuff for me.
No doubt. Peter, be safe. You will never walk alone.
Get out of that
brother.
hurricane.
You'll never walk alone.
Two things. We should do, because we're only halfway through.
Yeah.
We have EA. We'll do Liverpool.
Yes.
2 great at Unity, building out volumetric capture, which I'd love to talk about.
Yes.
So we'll do part 2.
Yes.
And then second, I appreciate all of the kind sentiments, but none of this would have happened without the unbelievable teams that I had at Sega, certainly at Xbox, and more recently at EA. Thousands of people who I stay in contact with that have been such an important part of this great journey our industry's been on and will continue to be on for the next 20, 30, 40 years as our industry continues to evolve as the preeminent entertainment medium in the world.
Well said, brother. Again, we'll do a part 2. Enjoy your day. Be safe. And thank you.
Thank you,
Peter Moore,
My
the
pleasure.
legend.
Cheers, everyone. Gotta go. Take care.
Peace.
Bye now.
Let's get the super chats going.
All right.
That was,
Wow. The man never said me once.
I know. It's insane.
It's we. It's the team. It's everybody else. Like, wow.
Wow, that was something.
Woo. All right.
see, but I knew he was a pit bull though.
Oh yeah, that's the thing, right?
Yeah,
that's
I want
the
to
thing.
knock the champ out, baby.
Yeah.
That's the thing. He just does it with a big smile on his face.
That's
Like,
right. You gonna catch these hands. You gonna catch these hands. When he on this side of the street, we on this side of the street. You gonna catch
You was popping off. You was popping off.
I want to apologize because I did ask the Rome to get questions, but look like it,
No, I let them know
too much.
if we get to it.
I asked the actual chat, like what kind of questions. There was a couple really good questions.
Yeah,
but I had to get my Lost Odyssey.
We all had to shoot our shot.
We do. Yeah, there's gonna be a part 2.
There will be a part 2. Man, bless us. Is gonna bless us with a part 2.
So much history. He is so fundamentally entrenched into this. But it's so crazy that you're at Reebok and then Sega calls you.
Yeah.
So they saw a fighter in him from that, So yeah, y'all gotta understand. And he did this at the age of 45.
Think about the change in the career. Yeah, you change your whole thing, and then the demographic of selling shoes, I guess, got young teenagers, and then gaming kind of fits the pocket. But that's a whole day. Then you got to learn about gaming.
You got to learn about it.
Then we didn't even get into the Bernie Stolar. He had to take over.
He had to take over from a contentious relationship that Sega Japan had with Sega of America.
Yes.
And he had to go in there. And then even then, towards the end of the Dreamcast cycle, they made him the fall guy. Like for a lot of people who don't know the story, he's the one that deaded the Dreamcast. No, he was told.
He was told to dead. No, but I like he gave us the knocker bars. He's like, yo, we ain't doing that. This is what the focus group said.
Yeah.
Oh man. So, but we didn't get an EA. I was gonna get an EA. We got stuff to get into next time.
We only got 800 likes. Let's get that.
Get these likes up, guys.
Gene Park in the building. I seen you.
Wipe your feet. Hit that bell.
Fact, hit that like button. RGT, I saw you early. A lot of y'all, man. I try to get as much as your questions in.
That's the great Peter Moore. How come it's not more likes?
He's like, yo, hit that like button. That like button.
Kind of crazy.
That subscribe button. A lot of y'all came in chilling. Gotta hit that subscribe too.
Hit subscribe, ladies.
Yeah, we do this for the culture.
Up on these people. I'm gonna be real with you. They gonna like it. They gonna like it. They ain't gonna like it. They ain't gonna like it.
Let's get some of these super chats.
That's why I've gotten very comfortable with Locke and King's personalities behind a light.
I don't know what he talking about.
You don't know what he talking about.
Anyway, I like the fact that he liked to swing at Sony. That's what's up.
Yeah, I know you was about all that. You was all about the beef.
All about that smoke.
Dude, what's funny is there was a particular comment that he said, and I clicked on King and highlighted. King was smiling
the whole time.
I know, because he was like, we knew we were inciting the console wars, but it needed to happen.
King is all about the smoke.
I could have had a whole different conversation with him about the fact that he wanted that smoke. Like, and listen, coming from. I know the conversation coming from Sega. Yeah. And he tells you, Sony killed us, bro.
Yo, he literally said,
I want that get back, bro.
Yo.
And I said,
This is why when we had that argument about it's the same scenario, just years earlier. It is the same. Y'all don't understand. Sony came in with their Walkman money, with their TV
He
money.
told you.
He told you. He was like, yo, we can't compete.
And they were operating, people don't realize, during the regulator pressure. Like, they couldn't operate fully. They were trying to split Microsoft up. They gave Apple bread to make it a competitive space. Like, that's
that part right there. Okay, so y'all missed that gem.
Yeah.
He said to keep the feds off our back, we fed our competitor.
Yeah, bro.
Safari is here because of Microsoft.
They say thank you for your iPhone. We gave them that bread. Y'all don't understand. Microsoft and Apple had a big problem with the Zune and the iPod. You don't remember that. So to send these dudes bread to keep them, here, you're gonna stay solvent because these dudes is on our back. I love that.
That's
but I want y'all to understand this. When that level of sentiment is inside a company, your PlayStation days are over.
Oh my God, here you go. Anyway,
they coming for me.
Anyway,
we knew it was gonna come.
We knew it was gonna go left eventually.
We gonna have it.
Anyway, so you want me to do the
I'm
poll?
actually
You got the
very,
super chats? What's up?
very shocked that King kept his composure.
Yeah, I know he wanted to go off.
Listen, let me tell you something. And y'all can't talk to me when it's Phil on.
Phil, you next.
I'm gonna tell you, Cog wanted this so bad. I mean, I'm not saying that I didn't want it as much as Cog or the Sovereign didn't want it as much as Cog. Let me tell you something. You see how I talk about Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer, first of his name? Cog, I'm talking about Peter Moore. That's his guy.
Yeah, that's my guy.
Right? So to get this, I have to take a step back. And I'm gonna tell anybody that's podcasting, all right, it's not about you, it's about team. Always.
Always.
And you always got to remember that and respect that. You know, sometimes, you get a little overzealous with certain people. But, I had to rein that in.
I appreciate you.
As much as I wanted to have a lot of conversation, this is Cog's moment. This is really not my moment.
No, I appreciate you. And look, it's a team. It's a team. And I just want to make sure we all get, obviously, he has such an illustrious career. It's really hard to focus on just
on anything.
So for me,
it is a shame that we couldn't give him.
Yo, but you know what the bugged out part is, guys?
What's up?
All right, I'm not saying that anything before the 45 was whack. The 45, and then at 45,
that's crazy.
To do what you've done, from this point. From 45?
That's insane.
A lot of you dudes be like, oh, I'm done and I'm 25 years old. This is 45.
Yeah.
He turned into the greatest, arguably one of the greatest CEOs in gaming history. Not just Xbox. I'm talking about Sega. I'm talking about Microsoft. I'm talking about EA. And then to go on and
own Liverpool,
team.
your hometown. That's like you go home and come back
and bring them to the promised land. And win the title.
I had questions for the realm for that too. People, it's crazy.
Yeah, he's a dude that is always looking for the next challenge. It doesn't matter what the age says. It doesn't.
You know what he reminds me of? Bill Stillwell.
Bill's legend.
Could definitely be where they are and be fine, but it's like. But at a point,
there's a saying.
It's like Major Nelson going on now. I'm sure Major Nelson was on a cushy thing, made plenty of money. But there comes to a point where it's like, I got the money. I want something to actually do for myself.
Shout out to Major Nelson and
Nintendo. Visiting Nintendo. Just visiting. But there's a saying that says, like, if you're that good, you're always looking.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You're always looking.
We didn't even get a chance to do top 5. We got a lot of stuff with. We were just trying to get as much in. I can do the poll while you queue up the chats, or you got the chats ready.
I mean, the chats are right here. So
right,
whichever. So we got Gerald Mack, $10 super chat. All hail the ILP. Salute the Lords, Lord Cognito, Lord King, Lord Sovereign, Lord Attic. It's the Lord's Day. Keep it respectful. Great getting Peter Moore. The Lord Peter Moore. Hashtag Graybeards. Hashtag we the boys. We outside. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Then we have ZGL7, member for 12 months, Lord Bronze. Let's go, ILP. Gonna be a great show. Yes, it was a great interview with Lord Peter Moore. And we have Robert Kellett, $10 super chat. Blessed day, Lords, with the original Odin in the house. Y'all dropping that Sega Love album. the spinball processing, the Duke and joysticks. Oh my. Fire tracks. Yeah.
Yeah.
again, you need 10 hours to sit down with Peter Moore
Yeah,
and
bro.
talk about everything for real.
Yeah.
And we got Sith Lord, member for 12 months, Lord Bronze. Thank you, Peter Moore and Steve Ballmer, for saving Xbox during one of its darkest days. You are a true savior. I cannot thank you enough for putting customers first. Yeah, that's one thing that he and Phil have in common. They both had to bring Xbox back from the brink.
Yeah, but he told you,
Yeah.
young Phil over there in the farm getting that together.
He gave it up to Phil. He's like, Phil's in the trenches for real.
Apparently, he's dealing with Peter Molyneux and like you
Yeah,
said,
lion-headed.
difficult people.
Difficult people. That was smooth. That was smooth. That was smooth.
Then we got Pat F, $2 super chat. Blessed day to all in the realm. Let's go. Thank you, sir.
Blessings.
Then we have Sin Vendetta, $20 super chat. Shout out to the one and only Peter Moore, the man responsible for leading two of my favorite consoles of all time, the Xbox 360 and the Sega Dreamcast.
Bro.
Thank you for your contribution to the industry and welcome to the realm.
No doubt.
And we have Pat F, $2 super chat. Legend, yes.
Def.
Then we have Nintendo, the Otaku, $2 super chat. No Nintendo CEO would get that intro from Cog. Jokey, Then we got TSWS Gaming, $5 super chat. I'm proud of you guys. Y'all really got one of my dream interviews right here. Love it. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. Then we have Truckle Chuckle with the £5 super chat.
Chuckle.
Ooh. Then we have Greetings, Lords, and the legend Peter Moore. P.S. I skipped lunch today because I knew there'd be plenty of beef. Plenty of beef. Then we got Dr. Strangelove, $5 super chat. Cognito, you looking a little dry. Let me bust some homemade marinade your body to get you all nice and moist.
King.
Wow.
Music, please.
Hey.
Back to you, son.
That was crazy.
That was wild.
No dry meat here.
Oh, man.
Then we got TSWS Gaming once again, $5 super chat, but there's no message here. Then we have Lord Metroid, $2 super chat. Peter Cog is always crying about Sega. Comfort him. Then we have Lord Starkiller, Xbox Series X01. He's gifted 5 ILP memberships. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Put the crest of the chat for Lord Starkiller. Then we got Truckle Chuckle once again. £2 super chat. Seriously, congrats on an amazing interview. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Then we have Gamers Play HUD X0 with the $10 super chat. Peter Moore, my idol and the eternal friend of the Xbox community. Thank you for making gaming great. Oh, and by the way, Sega. It's all about the zen of gaming. That's correct. Then we have Tim Purr 21, gifted 5 ILP memberships. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Then we have Chio Walker, $5 super chat. I have to bend the knee and bow my head to the greatness that is Lord Peter Moore. Yes, sir. We have Sunjutsu Sage, member for 28 months, Lord Gold. Peter used to sell shoes like Al Bundy, true underdog story. Excuse me. And we have Hargeet Chani, $5. Chani, I'm sorry, I'm going to say it right from now on. You haven't corrected me.
Yeah, he
for all
never
this
corrects
time.
us. Yeah, we say it wrong.
Hargeet Chani, $5 super chat. Welcome to the realm. Welcome to the realm to the legend, Peter Moore. Question for Peter: Since you led both Sega and Xbox, do you see that as a good merger? And he said, well, he said if the intent is correct, it'll be fine. Senjutsu Sage, $10 super chat. Very happy for the Iron Lords. A legend like Peter Moore as a guest is historic. First met Peter in person at Digital Life at Javits Center in New York. Class act. We spoke for like 10 minutes.
Salute. Yeah, definitely.
Very approachable dude. God's Hitman, $10 super chat. Do you think that in the near future, the Series X will be the baseline console if they release a Pro version? Also, will they leave the Series S behind? Thank you for the amazing podcast.
No doubt.
Appreciate you, God's Hitman, putting it down for the Lord. Then we got Spartan661, $5 super chat. It's my birthday today, guys. Happy birthday.
Oh, happy born day. Happy born day.
Being with ILP, Peter Moore interview, and hanging with everyone in the chat makes it a great birthday. Thank you. Appreciate you. Then we have RGT85, $5 super chat. Thanks for the Dreamcast, Peter. Yes, sir.
Shout out to RGT. What's going on, brother? We got work. I saw the DM. We got you.
Then we got Hector the Macho Man. $20 super chat. All hail the Lords. General King, Operation Protect the Galaxy was successful. Certain content creators didn't get a review code, and we were the reason. And we were the reason.
We were the reason.
Now I'm watching the blue team move the goalposts. Macho Man out.
The blue team.
The blue team. Yeah, those content creators ain't gonna get that. You know, you in. Shout out to Lord's Sovereign.
Oh, and yeah.
Package came?
Yeah, I was trying to get it there yesterday. It didn't happen though.
thank you, Lord Sovereign. I will give a review out about this Audio Technica.
Audio Technicas, baby. You're not getting no basura here.
They sound delicious. They sound delicious. Because I was rocking the $3 buds.
Yeah, they're no good.
Because my joints went out, so I was rocking the $3 buds until the situation fixed.
Rocking the Crawfords. Okay.
Yeah.
Continue, son.
All right. Then we got Chris with the $5 super chat. Happy Lord's Day. First time listening live. Had to be here for the living legend, Mr. 360. Lord Peter Moore. Much love to the Lords. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. Brother. Robert Kellett, $2 super chat. Peter gave Knocker that smoke.
Yeah, he did. He was a holder. He told him to translate this word for you. I got a word for you.
I got a word.
He said your moves ain't as nice as you
think. That's what I wanted to say. Y'all, like he had the conversation we be having, like, yo, you not as hot as you think you is.
You think you are. I know we wouldn't do it, but I was like, what if one of us asked him about the current situation of Yuji Naka?
I came really close to asking him, like, I almost followed up with the Lost Odyssey, but I could tell, that was something that, it's not that he didn't want to answer, but that's the only time during the thing that I felt like a little uncomfortable. Mm-hmm. So, because I was going to follow that was, so what do you think about the whole Final Fantasy thing happening now? Because up until 13, there was, I think 11 came, but there wasn't Final Fantasy on the Xbox platform. And I was going to ask him to open up on like how all that came to be.
Well, he did allude to the fact that he said, Sony goes over there and they collude with each other and they get together with other. No, he said it, that these dudes they get it together with the other developers and like, yo, you're not really gonna produce over there. Like, okay, yeah, it was cool that you did that little cute thing with these dudes. Now get back to business type of thing. We made you money, so shut up and go sit down. And now, Sony got a little bit more savvy with contracts and stuff like that, the way that they word stuff, because Phil is a savage too, you heard?
And we have Corey Tidwell, $5 super chat. Before that meeting, Peter Moore was listening to No Vaseline. He had it on both sides of the tape and would flip it.
Wow.
He said, I told my interpreter.
He said, yes, there is. Yes, there is.
He said, but there's no word. Because the interpreter is scared. He's a young kid, he said. So he had to be scared to death to be like, I can't say that.
In another interview where he mentions it, he also alluded to the fact that like he knows enough English to know what I said.
I like that he was like, yeah, he don't care to learn English.
I love how that dude was trying to save him. There's no words like that. Oh, there is. You just ain't saying it.
You ain't saying it. I get it.
Get this work. I love that.
Then we have Robert Kellett, $2 super chat. How did you handle Sega of Japan versus America, Peter? Yeah, that had to be contentious, especially after that interview, after that little meeting.
Yeah. That had to be horrible. All right, because he told you. I guess he's dealt with that with the Sega of Japan and Sega of America, and with Microsoft and the Xbox brand. So he probably was like, "Yo, we have to move this Xbox to a different place. We're not gonna have that problem that we had over there at Sega." And to have the foresight in doing that to establish Xbox as a brand within itself, being Microsoft Xbox,
I think there's one thing we don't give enough credit to Bill Gates for just like he went into the Xbox with this vision and then they like halfway through it's done. They're like, oh yeah, your
like,
vision
nah,
ain't happening.
yeah, it ain't happening, bro.
Like I know you wanted us to be an extension of you, but we us, you.
And he cursed them out. Damn, he pretty much cursed them out, and then agreed to it.
Because it's like your kids going to school. And say, listen, you're gonna be a doctor. And you're gonna go do this and go do that, and your kid is like, "Nah, I want to stream games." You're like, "No, you're not. I paid too much in your college.
Facts.
You know how much money I spent? I don't care. I want to stream games."
What else we got?
Lord Starkiller, Xbox Series X, so $110 super chat. Thank you, Peter Moore, for all that you did for the Xbox and the Xbox 360. The Xbox 360 was one of my favorite consoles. How do you feel about the growth and direction of Xbox over the last 5 to 7 years?
Part two
to that.
Well, he did say that he likes where they're going now.
Where they're going now.
And he did kind of allude. It's like, look, Phil was exactly who Phil was back then, a good leader. So.
Yeah, he said, he's the guy that I thought he was from the ground up. I can't. You know what I want? I want to have the Don on.
You want to have Don? Oh, that Don would be a good one to ask though.
I want that one too.
I wonder if he would come on.
I wonder if Don to come outside. Somebody go find the Don. We gotta hit him up. See what's going on.
I think the Don will come on because regardless to what, that TV stuff where he was at with it, it was just too far ahead.
Yeah, it was too far ahead, and the messaging was too. You have to message it with options. If you message it like we're telling you what you're gonna like, it's never gonna go over well.
Also, the Don, I forgot, King. The Don was at EA.
Yeah,
and the Don. Remember,
that's when EA took the tank. Remember, I said he went over there. He went over there, and followed.
But remember, and I was gonna ask Peter. We didn't get a chance to the EA section. There was a time when EA games were not coming to Xbox Live.
Right.
And the Don helped broker that. He was at EA at that time. I think it was Robbie Bach was at Microsoft. Peter was still around in the mix. Right. But I'm very curious. There are questions for the Don. Like, I'd have the Don on. I have my thoughts as far as the ranking, but I'd have a board, of course.
Yeah, a lot of people want to give him the downfall of Microsoft. Because Peter.
I think it was just the direction. He was just at the head. He definitely.
But
we do help things by saying there's a console for you.
He had a what is it, a King Kataragi? Who was the one that said get a job? Who was the one that PlayStation said get a job?
It wasn't Ken Kutaragi. It was Jesus.
No, it was Ken Kutaragi.
No, Ken couldn't come outside. It was Cat. Was it Kaz Harai?
Kaz Harai.
It was Kaz Harai. Okay. Yeah, the dog had his moment. He's like, we got a console for you. You don't like digital? You don't like? That would be a good question. Yeah, I would love to see what, in retrospect, how he felt.
And I know he was like, at that moment, you know how when you step on it, you're like, He probably should have said that. He always looked like Tom Cruise to me. Like he looked like Tom Cruise other brother.
I remember when I first saw, I was like, "Where's Peter Moore? Who's this?"
Yeah.
I was a little bad. But I would have to go
from riding the high of Peter Moore because remember. I mean, tattoos on your arms.
Oh yeah, it's hard. It's hard. Yeah,
it's different stuff. It's hard to follow that dude.
What else we got? So
then we have Robert Keller at $5 super chat. How did you break it to Naka that the Hedgehog was going to be on Nintendo?
See, and that's and I feel that way with Reggie Fils-Aimé. Like these dudes, y'all think I be capping? They be really trying to get the competitor out of there. Right, so if you go in there and you tell a dude that's a hardcore, we gonna fight these dudes. Now we gonna play nice with them. Who? You?
And what's funny is they all were in one generation. Peter Moore, Sean Layton, and Reggie Fils-Aimé.
I can't wait to get Sean Layton on. Like that day. Yeah.
Oh, Sean, we have a lot of questions for.
Yeah, y'all might get Jamaican Jim back that day.
We like to retire him, sir.
Why no?
Unsustainable.
Pass me my ginger beer.
Nah, sir, we can't have him back.
There we have Jay Rembert, $5 super chat. The writing is literally on the wall with Microsoft and Sega. Yes, and we've seen all the little posts and memes and things of that nature. And we have Robert Kellett, $2 super chat. Do you still have the fire GTA tattoo, Peter? The world will never know. He never confirms or denies.
I think that GTA patch that was just a whatchamacallit. I know that Halo joint, that November 9th, that's a real joint.
I think that's the one that's real, and the GTA one wasn't.
GTA one was not. That wasn't for real. But the other one was real.
Then we have, oh my God, I haven't seen this name in a minute. Elemental PO, $10 super chat. Such an amazing guest and episode. Thanks, ILP and Sir Peter Moore. Nights like this. 5
heartbeat flavor.
Yes, sir. Then we got Pony Up, $10 super chat. What can Xbox do to recapture the early 360 era success? To me, hardware design is uninspired, and they've had some creative deficits in game development. Can Xbox find success outside of Game Pass? I mean, I'm the hardware design. I don't care about uninspired hardware design as long as it functions and doesn't break. Yeah. I don't like.
You like that PlayStation design? You're sitting there worrying about that, and there's not going to be no success outside of Xbox. Xbox is the platform. Grow up and understand this, right? You holding a box right now. That's just a placeholder. As soon as this 5G kick in, you're done, son.
The question was, can Xbox find success outside of Game Pass?
No, they're not. Because Game Pass is the platform.
It is the platform. Okay.
Like, why would you look for that? That question shouldn't even. Can Xbox dominate the world with Game Pass? That's that question.
I actually feel like it could find success without Game Pass.
How?
I think if the games that Xbox start delivering are A tier, with from Starfield to Fable, people are going to go where the games are. Now, obviously, it would be a PR nightmare, and they'd get skin alive if they ever got rid of Game Pass. But I think people would eventually fade that out if the games are good enough.
Yeah, games always gonna matter.
People they're gonna go where the games are. If that wasn't the case, PlayStation would have died at the PS3. Nintendo would have died at the Wii. Like, there's multiple scenarios where stuff was changed drastically, but games brought people back. At the end of the day, we might complain about services, about hardware, but the center of the Tootsie Roll is games.
And we have Everborn Saga, $5 super chat. Shout out to the one and only Peter Moore. Many of us are Xbox guys specifically because we were Sega kids. # free knocker. Peter might disagree there.
Peter might disagree with the free knocker, Detroit, but I won't say he would disagree, but he may have thoughts.
He may have thoughts on that one.
Salute.
The Rambling Gamer Guy, $20 super chat. Finally getting confirmation why Xbox couldn't acquire many of the organic partners that they had during the 360 generation is huge. Great job, gents. Xbox has been playing catch up with studios and content ownership ever since. That's true. Okay. And we have Hargi Chani, $5 super chat. Another question for Peter. Xbox hasn't been able to capture the non-US market. Any insights into why that is?
Yeah, that would have been a question.
Yeah, we didn't get into that. Mm-hmm. Then we have Sagging Nutsack, £10 super chat. Question to Mr. Moore. If Microsoft knew that Apple would have turned out to be this big of a company today, do you think they would have sold off the 10% share that they had back then? Who knows? Who knows, man? Everything is shoulda, coulda, woulda, right? Like
I told you about people funneling your demons, paying your demons, right? So they gave the money to keep them afloat. So their little demon is sitting in the corner now that they funneled, they get them stronger. Sony about to funnel Microsoft with this cash from Call of Duty. Can't wait. Get them checks going, baby. Can't wait.
Oh, man. The buck. Oh, man.
We have Nintendo the Otaku, $2 super chat. All this Sega love is making my skin crawl.
Ain't got no Nintendo love there, right? Ha ha.
Gotta deal with that, bro. You gotta deal with your history.
There we have Pat F, $2 super chat. Peter said it. Microsoft will buy Sega.
It's confirmed.
I don't know that he said that, but we can dream. Then we have Jax82, $2 super chat. Love this interview with Peter Moore. Good job, guys. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that.
No doubt.
And we have THX 1138, $2 super chat. Dreamcast 9999. # never forget the legend.
Oh, yeah, that was classic.
I like the fact that he was there from the conception of the 360.
Yeah.
Like, okay, so we went and we figured out what we needed because he's always talking about CPU and GPU power.
Yeah.
And I think that thing, he understood what they needed to get to where they was at. So that and Unreal Engine 4 played a big part in that
Unreal
because
Engine,
that powered
yeah.
a lot of games through. I wanted to ask him the question of when y'all walked in and y'all saw them having a PlayStation 3 mock-up of Gears of War. Was that the part where y'all said, "Nah, we buying this from you"? Because his competitive fight was like, "Y'all not putting that over there."
But he said, what he said something about Epic. He was just like, they knew they had one. And
Yeah,
they
it is
wasn't-
like keep your money.
They knew they had one, so they kind of had them by the cojones a little bit. Like,
Yeah.
okay, what's up with that bag?
Nah, they said no. They said we don't want your money.
Yeah.
We're gonna take a percentage.
Yeah,
and I this goes into fighting. I tell a lot of you guys, see, Bud Crawford and Spence had to convince Bud, don't take the upfront money. Now you convincing somebody not to take the upfront money and bet on ourselves. Let's bet on ourselves. Let's get the percentage. We take a higher percentage. We take 12% of all gross revenue coming in. We're gonna infinitely make more money than taking a set 10 million because they have to make their 10 million first, then pay you.
Yep.
And then when Bud figured it out, he's like, "Yo, this was the way to go. This is the way you're always supposed to operate. If you believe in yourself, you take a percentage." And you see what Epic is now.
no doubt. What else you guys saw?
Then we have Q-Tang Clan with the $3 NZs. Okay, I gotta look that up. My apologies. $3.49. Thanks for an excellent interview, Lords. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Love.
Then we got Hollywood Rules, $5 super chat. Who did that for you? The Iron Lords. Thank you. That was awesome. The man, it has that twinkle in his eye. Such a dope history. Sega. Yeah, he has that twinkle in his eye. Like I'm gonna walk into a room and command it immediately.
Yeah, for sure.
Then we have 4IQ, no more, no less. With the €5 super chat. Breaking news for KNN. Sony has just purchased Nintendo Labo in response to Jim Ryan being evicted from his cardboard box outside of Xbox headquarters.
You know what's sad? I could just see King right now in front of a camera with a mic saying that.
Back to you, Jim.
Back to you, Jim. Then we have Lord.
And when it goes back to the cam, it's one of your personalities.
Then we have Lord Roughness, $5 super chat. What an interview to get. Absolute legend, Peter Moore, Iron Lords. Big up your chest. Thank you, bro. Appreciate that.
Hollywood Rules. Thank you, brother. He hit me in the DM.
Then we got Purple Haze, $45.64, $5 super chat. Hey, gang, so honest opinion, Asus ROG Ally or Steam Deck? Which one should I possibly go for? The ROG is more versatile and more powerful.
Let me say one thing. If you want a nice, easy user interface, you want things a little bit more streamlined. If you're a console gamer and you really want to be a little bit more in that realm, like you put it in, you play it, and it works, and you can do minor tweaking, go with the Steam Deck. If you want to have the most robust gaming experience, but you got to tweak and twerk a lot of stuff and you got to figure stuff out because this is a PC in your hands. This is not a console. This is a PC. Then I say go with the ROG. So if you're well versatile in that, and that's my only barrier with the ROG is because of that, I think the Steam Deck is your way if you want to upgrade from your Switch. All right, if you are playing on PC, you're a PC gamer, go with the ROG.
Then we got Mighty Mellow. Put the crest in the chat for Lord Bronze Mighty Mellow. Thank you, sir.
That's what's up.
Then we got Puckish Rogue 100, $2 super chat. Here in LA, riding the storm, but still watching. Yes, be safe, please.
Yeah, man.
Then we got Hollywood Rules, $5 super chat. Peter Moore still likes to swing them hands, and I love that he wanted to pay Sony back. Pete spoke directly to the hearts of Sega and Microsoft fans. Great job, guys. Thank you. Appreciate that.
I think be the first one there once they fade away, bro.
You got him. Then we got baby $5 super chat. Guys, that chat was one for the ages. Yep. Many can try to copy the recipe, but the dish is never the same. Thank you, brother.
Those are balls. Appreciate that.
And we got Jericho. Welcome to the realm, Lord Gold Jericho. Let's put the crest in the chat for Lord Jericho.
Yeah.
Then we got JFX88, $5 super chat. Imagine if Phil followed Peter Moore. You know where we would be now? And it's true. Like if Phil just came directly afterwards, it'd be...
You need him more grooming. Like, quarterbacks come out of the league now and they put them straight in the game. I don't like that. You know, before you would study under the best. He studied under the best people, so he's getting the best attributes. He sees a lot of chance of mistakes. I'm glad he came after the Don.
Then we got Spartan 661, that's $2 super chat. The beefy cog got what he wanted. I'm happy. Thanks, ILP.
Yeah, they wildin'.
Beefy cog coming soon, baby.
Coming soon.
Then we got Slow-Mo Backslap, $2 super chat. Awesome interview. Peter Moore is a legend. Yes, sir.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Silent Cypher, $2 super chat. This episode has excellent extra beef. Salute.
Messy.
Then we have Jericho with the $10 super chat. Is Starfield great? LOL. The eyes, Chico, they never lie.
Well, you'll find that out on the 31st.
On the 31st.
You'll know.
Everybody close your eyes. Then we have Huffy Bear $10 super chat. Shout out to the Lords for the legendary interview. Thank you. Appreciate you, man.
Salute.
Then we have the Bougie Coin, $5 super chat. Watching the interview and telling my man, I'm gonna be somebody dog on it. Hold the line. Then we have TSWS Gaming, member for 4 months, Lord Gold. Y'all made my wife say, turn that ish up. This is interesting. Phenomenal interview, y'all. Hashtag chase your dreams.
No doubt. Yes.
Then let's put the crest in the chat for Jericho once again. Gifted 20 ILP memberships.
Blessings.
Oh, that's
Thank
blessings.
you.
Wow.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
I want you guys to know, go check out our Patreon. We got a lot of free stuff up there in the Patreon, and that's the stuff that you can look forward to. As far as Attic and I doing movie reaction, show reactions. R&R with the Lords, that stuff is coming. But also, look out for our Kickstarter. You'll be able to sign up for our Kickstarter there. Patreon is going to get a lot of benefits, and we're working on some stuff for you guys. So really go check out the Patreon. That console is still coming, guys. Don't forget, we're about to give that console away.
No doubt.
Yes, sir. Then we got, hold on. Got jumped. We have Lord, the man who got them horns, member for 33 months, Lord Bronze, showing y'all some love. Those Sega creators seem like some of these old hip hop rappers are trying to rap today.
Now, I just think you're nice in your hometown. You're not nice around the world. Around the world, look at you as corner. It's like remember ATL Hip Hop Cog. They were nice there, and we was looking at them as corny until it popped off. Right. They had to change though, but if ATL would have stayed the same and they didn't get versatile with it, they would have never popped off. So he was trying to tell them, yo, listen, you just nice here, you local, B.
You local.
Yeah. We're trying to take you global. Facts. And they didn't want to listen, so they stay local.
Very local. Very local. Let's put the crest in the chat for Lord Bronze, Parasite 82 Green. Shout out to Parasite 82 Green. Appreciate you. Then we got Silent Cypher, $2 super chat. Don would be a wild interview. Bring it, Lords. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Then we got DJ Oros, $5 super chat. Did we talk about the Realm Online acquisition yet? Hey, bestie.
Hey, bestie. What's up, DJ?
And we got Lord Starkiller, once again, member for 7 months, Lord Bronze. Thank you, ILP, for the excellent Peter Moore interview. Looking forward to the part 2 interview. Yes, gotta happen.
Gotta happen.
The fact that he said that he wanted to do a part 2.
Yeah, that was just...
That means that you had a good time here, bro.
Then we have Michael Mooney, £5 super chat. With Game Pass growing, should Connect be rebooted as a product? No. It's okay.
What product y'all should reboot? That PlayStation VR 2. Go reboot that. Because right now your boy is hanging on. He little Timmy with the...
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that.
Yo, you better get that IV in there, kid. He don't look too good.
I have plans to play that over vacation, but then I'm otherwise occupied. Then we got Reggie Mobile 9, $5 super chat. Shout out to the Lords and the great Peter Moore, man. Y'all making it happen. Bravo. Thank you. Appreciate that. Then we have Lucius Augustus, $2 super chat. Sarah Bond, the Phil Spencer interview next.
Hey. We all ready for the queen. We're ready for the queen when she's ready.
Whoever ready, whoever want it.
We're working on things for them.
Working on things.
Then we have Lord Ruffless, £2 super chat with the answer to the Steam Deck or ROG Ally. He says Steam Deck until Steam Deck 2 releases. Simple. Okay, I don't think it's okay. The interface is simpler. It is still a PC at heart, and there's still some shucking and jiving you got to do when you get in there. Because again, not everything. When you see something is Steam verified, that doesn't necessarily mean it runs well. It really just means that the interface is set up to work on the small screen.
Yep.
And it should work at a basic level. That's pretty much it. So it's still a PC. Then we have Dr. Strange Love, $2 super chat. Need to see Addict throw that thing back to back.
Oh wow! Oh wow!
Back to you, Saul.
You want to throw that thing?
No thigh slapping today.
You ain't spinning the chair today. You gonna throw it back?
You ain't throwing that thing back to back.
Yo, the way he asked for that was different.
For holding off on these until Peter brought it. I appreciate y'all.
Messy.
You can't be too king. You can never say toss that thing back to back to me ever again.
Oh man, let's go.
Then we got Lord Starkiller once again, $2 super chat. Shout out to Lord Beefy. Shout out to Lord Beefy. Salute, sir. Then we got Pony Up, $10 super chat. Owning the hardware impositions Microsoft to make quality titles to sustain Xbox as a product, whereas a service they can crap out whatever they want and supply it with other companies' content in perpetuity. In part, but the service, the main sticking point of their service is their stuff. So we got Robert Kellett, $2 super chat. Lord of Beef got marinated nicely after that interview. Whoa.
Wow. What are we doing today?
There's too much marinade talk.
What's going on?
Then we have Hargeet Chani, $10 super chat. I guess Peter following me is okay. What an interview. Peter was having fun, which is why he volunteered for part 2. ILP, the GOATs. Let's go for Phil, Seamus. With Seamus, we know there's a lot of F-bombs with Seamus. It might have to be after dark with Seamus. And Peter part 2. But I would love to have Seamus on as well.
Yeah, Seamus. So many.
Shout out to Hargeet. People love you on the show, brother. They loved it.
Yeah, he killed it.
Then we have Spartan661, $2 super chat. I'm a graybeard that hasn't shown yet. Let's play. That's right, your graybearded heart. That's fine. We'll do that. We are finally caught up. Thank you. So.
Let's get it
into the poll.
Topic number one,
right?
Paul,
I forgot. Yeah, to the question with the extremely positive reviews of Baldur's Gate 3, which feeling do you most closely align with regarding developer success? The winner of a very competitive 4-way ILP poll at 34% of the vote was devs should never be weaponized against other devs to mimic an outlier like Baldur's Gate 3. Coming in at second place, super close, 32%, was gamers should demand more from publishers in the current state of AAA launches. In third place, at 18% of the vote, was Baldur's Gate 3 should be used as a shining example for other devs to mimic its excellence. And in last place, at 15%, was all this sound nice. Y'all still gonna bend the knee and buy that Red Dead 1 port when it's all said and done. Shout out to all the lords who participated. Lord solved the developers won out here. That was a surprise.
It's like we said, it's so close because it's two different conversations happening, right? It's like part of it is the weaponization, and that's not going to happen very often. The other part is, should you always strive for more, right? And I do think that on the publishing side, it is sad that the norm has become, hey, these games are going to come out kind of unfinished and come in hot all the time, right? And But Baldur's Gate is an outlier. Baldur's Gate was in development for multiple years before it went into early access.
Right.
And then it got money from early access to continue development to turn it into the game that it is. That is not how 95% of games operate in terms of how they're developed. So you're not really going to see it like that. So it's great that we got that. It is sad that it isn't the norm that we get finished games a lot of the time at launch. But that's the industry's fault, and that is our fault for supporting it as well. So it's a cyclical thing. So, hey, this is going to be a forever conversation, I feel.
No doubt, no doubt. Or we do have one Patreon question. It's not really a question, but it's a statement, mostly for King. Night Blue, not a question that you have to read on the show, he said, but something I wanted to tell you guys about. The below is the result of a happy accident when my LG OLED freaked out the other night. King David was talking last week about ways to improve Switch picture quality, a box that upscales to 1440p. I know this is blasphemy, especially for Sov, I think, but take the LG OLED, change the picture settings from game to standard, find the true motion set, he got the whole detail, and crank the true motion, he says, I know, blasphemy, crank the true motion user settings to 10D jitter, 10D blur, leave motion pro setting off. All of a sudden, that 30 frames per second Zelda is running at 120 frames per second. And I have to tell you, it looks amazing. Very little artifacting and no noticeable input lag. I think it's even doing something with the resolution. It looks less Vaseline-y. He's still got
I know
more balls.
exactly what he's talking about and what he did. Right, and that's how I operate. Solve don't do this. Okay,
he said
I do this, right? So I be having all that stuff, and it still look like janky crap to me. So I got the M Classic, and shout out to Solve with this M Classic. He knows, and I don't even know why this. First of all, if you got a Switch and you ain't got the M Classic, you ain't doing it.
Yo,
right?
you know I went and got it myself too, right?
Right? Yeah.
I went and got it.
And when you plug it in, it's like, oh, wait a second. This is how they want to be seen. I don't know why they didn't buy them and just put this in the box.
Yeah.
It should ship with every Switch that you can put on the TV. This is the best thing going.
And the thing is, you could switch it right there in real time. So you could see the difference. Like you see it and then you click it and then there's no processing, then there's processing. And then they have special processing for older consoles that display in 4:3. Bro. It cleaned them lines up nice.
Yeah. He got
There's
more bars.
another one out there called the 4K Pro.
Yes.
The difference between that is there's no anti-aliasing to it, and it comes off jaggy. It may look sharper, but it's super jaggy. This M Classic keeps it clean and nice. So I don't know. It looks like an official Nintendo product.
He still ain't finished his bars. He's got more bars. It honestly feels like I'm playing Zelda on a Series X. I've never used True Motion in gaming before, ever. But the way it transforms Zelda's frame rate with no lag, it took my breath away. I think King David and perhaps all of you might be impressed with how well it works if anyone is still playing Zelda and has an LG OLED. My LG is a GX. And I'm a video purist like a lot of you, game mode. And then he said he switched out the game mode and into standard with True Motion. He repeated that he was in awe. Might even try. All right, thank you for the laughs and the joy you bring the gaming community. It means the world to your fans. Just wanted to share this, if for nothing else, just to try it. So that was Night Blue with the Patreon statement. Appreciate
that's awesome. I mean, that's awesome. Like I have a Samsung, so the settings would be different. But yeah, it's usually blasphemous to even look at that setting. but I get it. Like you do what you got to do. Especially you're not doing that on a Series X. You're not doing it on a PlayStation. Yeah, but you know, when you start looking at the Switch when it's docked, then you're like, let me see what I can do to fix this
ugly baby up.
All right, so moving in the first topic, Starfield. I'm sorry.
We have two more super chats.
Business.
Yeah. Big Mad Mo, member for 37 months, Lord Braun. Shout out to the Lords with the great interview. Can't wait for part 2. Looking forward to the Dominus interview. Hey. Congrats on Starfield. Good. Right. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah. We got Silent Cypher, $2 super chat. Arby's is going out of business. ILP stole the beef. Are they going out of business for real? Wow.
No, that's crazy.
That's crazy.
There ain't no Arby's here.
Yeah, well, there's a bunch of Arby's here. And, I wanted to give a quick shout out to, Bethesda. Like, they're one of the first companies that sent all of us a code. And that, that meant a lot to me because it's that I get to actually go into something with all of us playing it instead of just feeling like a lot of the information's on me.
No, I feel that.
Yeah, you're not the only NDA dude this time.
Any was with you? Are we good?
We are good.
All right, let's get into this topic. Starfield has gone gold. Preloads are coming. Shout out to PCGamer.com. They had a big Q&A in reference to all the information. Preloads begin August 17th. Xbox, and then obviously, which was this week, and then Steam August 30th. And yeah, there was a lot of info in this drop that they did, as well as talking about like the lore and things you can do and things you can't do. And he said both real world and new religions will be present in Starfield, but the focus will be on 3 created for the game: the Sanctum Universe, the Enlightened, and House Varun. There'll be 20 named characters who can join your crew, following you around, carry your stuff. Crew members will be hired with a one-time payment and won't require an ongoing salary. Companions won't level up, but they will have a set of perks at specific ranks, which will stack with yours in some instances, providing a boost to things like shields or weapon skills. So this was a big deal that finally, they got the gold message, and then they came out with more news. So Lord Addict, man, obviously the realm knows what we're playing, but we can't get too deep there. But just what do you think about the lore stuff, the information they did drop, and the fact that Starfield will go?
I'm going to stay away from what I think. Just talk about it go, because I'm not risking slipping on anything.
I respect that.
This is an example of sometimes just because one game goes gold to a certain area doesn't mean they all go gold. And what's funny is going gold probably would have meant they rushed the process to get it gold quicker. So, like, as long as the game's gold clearly before launch, why does it matter when it goes gold? Like, and we seen there was a game, and someone in the chat, I don't know if it was Cyberpunk, a game went gold and still got delayed. Mm-hmm. So it's just like that status that went gold means nothing. It's like, at the end of the day, if the game comes out and it's good, that's all that matters. When it goes gold, silver, blue, bronze, red, like none of that matters in the long run. Sure, it makes a nice video, and I made one. But it's just down to, it's like, I would say if you see a game go quick, like really quick, it's a good example of maybe that game has a lot more going for it in terms of being bug free, et cetera, but that doesn't mean anything in the long run. We've seen games go gold and come out broken. Like, all that means is they were more willing to pull out their broken game than the other person. Like, it just, I think, when it comes down to it, it's a prime example of, until you see smoke, don't automatically assume that there's fire.
No doubt. Lord Solve, Starfield, gold. Some little news bits from Bethesda. What are your feelings, sir?
These days gold just means that there is enough of that game done to print on a disc, and then you're gonna get a day one patch, right? That's what gaming is right now. We talked about that, right? Mm-hmm. That's what it is. For those people that were worried about, hey, there's no demo at Gamescom or whatever. It's the game's gold. The game is gold. And it's going to print on disc if you want it there. It's going to be available digitally if you want it there. So yeah, worry not. The game is going to be ready to go. Beyond that, the lore dump stuff, I stayed away from all that stuff. I haven't wanted to read anything about the factions or the religions or anything like that. I've stayed away from that stuff completely. So the fact that but I understand it's a massive game. Some people want to go in with having kind of an idea of the world and the story that's going to be told within the world. I'm a going blind type of guy, so all of this stuff is Greek to me. I'm like, oh, okay, cool, but I'm not looking at it. No, shout out to Maddie, because I know Maddie he dives deep into this stuff.
He broke it down.
He has videos on it as well. He loves this stuff, and he likes kind of dissecting every little thing. That this is his stuff. He loves that stuff. But for me, I like to go in as blind as possible. So I haven't really looked at it.
Fair enough.
I'm like half and half. I don't mind if I guess it's the anime in me, because I knew shout out. This is a spoiler for Naruto, but I knew Itachi was a good guy for like 5 years. So it was just like it was like one of those things where. Well, what's funny is when that first was ruined to me and spoiled to me, they're like, "Yo, Itachi's a good guy." I'm like, "Man, you out your mind? Shut up!" Because keep in mind, King at this time, it was in the manga where it was explored. I was in the anime, and this is the time where anime and manga was like really far apart.
No doubt. Lord King, Starfield officially gone gold, and some lore and some tidbits dropped by Bethesda. Get the hype train going. What are your thoughts?
Well, like Soft said, going gold. So what? Like, we never cared about that. It's the little things that people worry and care about. Like you hear people talk about, there's no demo at Gamescom. Are you even gonna be at Gamescom? Like, shut up. Like, the things it's the dudes that's never getting off their couch and never going any place talk about it's not gonna be at Gamescom. I'm upset. No, you're not.
Are you implying there was fear mongering going on?
They just sitting there stoking somebody else's flame, like throwing a battery in somebody else's back, or this hasn't gone gold yet. Sounds of trouble. Since when you know what gold means? Like, you have no idea. You don't get off your couch. You just sit at your PC all day. And you sitting there talking about, man, it's kind of crazy.
It's kind of crazy.
They didn't go gold yet. Signs of trouble. Okay, so then it went gold. You was like, oh. took the wind out your sail. Then they dropped. They had an informational dump, like Sovereign. I don't care. I don't care to know nothing about your stuff. If I plan to buy something, I'm already invested into something. I'm already there. All right. And I'll tell you how I feel about it later. I'm going into a restaurant and I have an idea about what I want to eat. Then I look at the menu to confirm what I want to eat. No time do I ever look at the waiter and say, hey, waiter, how does that steak taste? Like, never one time. And he brings your plate over and King, it tastes delicious.
I'll go to like a new restaurant that I don't know and ask what's popular, but I like.
See, and okay, so what if he tells you our zucchini is bananas? Like, I'm allergic.
Then if I eat these zucchini and it's not bananas,
it's your fault. You still paying for it.
I'm gonna not take his word.
See, exactly. So you would rather have somebody, tell you something. I don't care for anybody telling me anything. Now, as far as Maddie diving deep into it, he has a channel. This is what his passion is, and this is what he does. Other people consume games in different manners. I'm not begrudging them for dropping out the informational dump on Starfield. Great, do so. Right? For myself, it would never hit me. I would never know. I would never hear it because I want to boot up the game. I mean, from the title screen. I don't even want to see somebody booting up the title screen. I want to explore that. I want to enjoy that. I want to have that experience.
Controversial these days, title screens.
Well, some dudes, and they feel that because some of us are streamers and reviewers and stuff, we actively seek information ahead of time. I actively run in the opposite direction. If I go to open my DM from you and it starts off with, hey, I'm doing this and this game is, I automatically stop looking. I'm going to leave you on scene until after the game comes out and I go back and look at your DM. It's because I still want to live in that age of wonder. I don't need all the information. Like, I don't need the plot point for a movie before I go in. By the way, I saw the last ship to Demir. Whoa! The last ship of the Demir.
The last voyage of the Demir.
Last voyage of the Demir.
I'm gonna see it this week.
Go see it. Go hurry up because it's gonna be out the movie theater.
Yeah, I know because this is not doing well.
Yeah, it's not doing well because it's a classic
Dracula movie. Yeah,
Dracula joint. But they really show the vampires, so go see it. Very good stuff. But again, I don't want to hear the plot before I go in. I want to experience. So I can't talk about what I'm playing. But what I will say is, thank you guys for not ruin it for me because some people said, "Oh, did I see the leaks?" I'm like, "What leaks? I don't look for leaks. Like, unless it's in my house, I'm not looking for no leaks." So, other than that, that's it, bro. Just enjoy the game. And you guys that want to act like y'all concerned about some game going gold or they don't have a demo, and One, you was never going to be in Germany. All right, so you would never have found out about. Okay, how about this? There's a demo there. Go to Germany and tell me.
I challenge you. Keith just said, "Yo, they surprising them in Germany, but you got to go there and find out if I'm lying or not. Tell me I'm lying,
and let me know."
That's
all right, and then as far as games gonna go, you dudes don't know about that stuff. Stop it. All right, you just play a game. Like, you have to stop thinking you more important than you are.
Oh, damn.
Just worry about getting your money together to buy a game and play it, and then talk about fun. Because you guys look at a game and be like, and I hate you guys. They'll take a screenshot and be like, oh, that box is out of place. You ain't never develop anything in your life. The hardest thing you develop is that poo that came out a minute ago.
Oh,
man.
man.
You needed help with that, the laxative. Listen, love it, enjoy it, but stop with the fake armchair developers. We haven't gone gold this week. Xbox is in trouble. Get out of here. I'm tired of you dudes.
I can't. I will say, I'll jump in. It was funny because there was, a lot of talk about this kind of stuff. And obviously, if anyone who's followed Bethesda knows the track record, right? They know that this is not something that is out of the norm for them. And it wasn't a concern for me. It wasn't a concern.
We'll talk about the title screen though.
Oh, we'll talk about it. Yeah. Not a concern for me.
Oh, yeah. So I forgot about that.
and then the other talk was, well, hey, it's not a Gamescom. Oh, boy. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. And it's just like we looked at it and it made no sense that when Gamescom's over, it's literally going to be right into the early release cycle in people's hands. So with a game like this, that's not something you really want to do. So yeah, that I never paid any mind. As far as the information drop, I agree with you, Sovereign King, that obviously I don't want plot points, but I thought there was some key things about kind of Bethesda-like systems that I thought was cool. The campaigns, we got more information. There was more campaigns. We got more information as far as the jail system and that kind of thing. And I thought that was really cool. Kind of like classic Bethesda-isms to say, okay, there's some stuff that's going to be there that is classic, even though, this should be a new thing or whatever it is. So yeah, I thought that was interesting. I thought as far as the title screen, let's get to it, seems to be a controversy in these streets. A point of contention about developer passion and all this other stuff. But I don't know if you saw Pete Hines is outside, y'all. Did you see? Yeah, Pete had something to say. Pete's
about to smoke. I've noticed that about him.
Pete has something to say. Let me see if I can find my man Pete, man.
Because I know I saw somebody post the opening screens for like Fallout, for Elder Scrolls. They're like, and then equally sort of simplistic. Like it's not a thing.
So someone asked Pete, hey, next time you and the lovely folks of Bethesda Game Studios, instead of rushing to make a game with many systems, factions, choices, and ways to play, I would urge you to only focus on the title screen so you guys won't appear to be hasty or simply didn't care. So this person's clearly being sarcastic. He's being sarcastic to Pete. So Pete took the bait. So he's like, or, Pete says, they designed what they wanted. And that's been our menu for years and was one of the first things we settled on. Having an opinion is one thing. Questioning a developer's care because you would have done it differently is highly unprofessional coming from another dev. So yeah, he threw some shots back.
It came from a dev.
Yeah. We're not going to justify the names of those.
Right. Okay, it's fine.
You know what I'm saying? But yes, the person, like to Addict's point, was a former dev who sparked this whole controversy kind of thing.
So because it's not Persona 5 levels of UI, it's like, oh my God.
Yeah. And then I think someone else on Twitter actually put up like a lot of other Bethesda games and like how the title screen is like Skyrim is extremely minimalist. Like
it's worse than that, Cog. I don't know if it's 100% sure or not, but someone posted one of the individual's games after they left the studio.
They put that
the title screen was worse.
They put that person's, because that's must mean he was not happy. So they put that person's business out as far as the games he developed with his title screen and was like, you not the person to be talking. based on this. So I'm not going to get into that because that's super messy. But if y'all want to go,
the receipts
they got him in 4K. They got they got his games with the title screens and how they look. And they like you, not you.
should be standing on the screen.
You shouldn't be talking in your bars, ain't up the bar.
They hit him with the ether. I know you ain't talking to me.
You ain't talking.
What?
You.
What? You been on my. You love my style.
Hawaiian Sophie.
Shout out to Pete Hines not pulling out. He that guy applied for a job. Ain't this your resume?
Yeah. So the community collectively ethered this person. Wow. So yeah, this dev. So it was interesting. But that's all I really had to say. I thought it was.
This is the first time that we get dev smoke.
Yeah, like dev on dev.
Yo, I gotta say,
dev violence.
Yeah. I love whatchamacallit, Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate has started dev smoke. I've never seen dev smoke.
Yeah, dev smoke is real right now. It's real out
crazy.
here. Yeah, no doubt. That's all I got on that one. Unless we got anything else. So?
Nah, that was good.
Cool. Let's
get
go to the next one.
A couple more super chats.
So we can't talk about that stuff anyway.
Yeah, we got to move on as NDA dudes.
We got Corey Tidwell, $2 super chat. King, is it gold or platinum? See you on the 31st.
You know how many people message me wanting information? It's like, look, man, like you gotta wait to the 31st.
Yeah, somebody, a couple people in my DMs. I'm like, bro, I'm not even answering.
To me, it's like, look, I get you guys want info, but at least we have the game to give you that info on the 31st. But you've waited this long. You might as well wait an extra couple days.
There we have Corey Tidwell again, $2 super chat. The Greyhound don't go to Germany.
Oh my
wow, that's crazy.
They can take it from someone that's been on plenty of Greyhounds in his life. That's a good thing.
Then we got Robert Keller, $2 super chat. Blink twice if the frame rate is stable.
Yo, they messy. Moving on.
I can confirm that the frame rate in Alan Wake Remastered is very stable. Go play that. Go play
Alan Wake. We'll talk about that.
That Alan Wake is nuts, baby.
Banging. Then we got Lord Starkiller, $2 super chat. Starfield bringing that gold beef.
Yeah.
Yo.
Then we have Halo Reach Around. $5 super chat. Addict, I didn't like Final Fantasy 16 either, but I'm still trying to get your square soft.
Whoa.
I don't know, man. See, look, the issue with that statement is, you got to fight with my girl over that. So.
Wait, time out. First thing you supposed to say,
hell no.
I gotta hit you with that. Yo, square soft.
Yeah, you gotta understand where he was going with you. He was taking it somewhere else.
You gotta understand the poetry.
Yeah, the poetry.
Yeah, maybe I knew.
Yeah. Hey, each his own. Whatever you love.
Back to you, son.
Lords, not all of us agree with this.
Hey. If the man likes his square soft, that's what he want to do.
Yo, it's a word for that in a certain community.
Listen, man. It's 2023.
It rhymes with leggings.
Moving on. Continue.
We out of here, baby.
To finish the super chat. Joystick can have solved. Last time I went Rican, I caught that child support.
Oh, yo.
Hey,
yo. All right.
Then we got Silent Cypher, $2 super chat. Pete Pimp slapped that said dev and said, "Hold my beer." Oh my god. Then we got Corey Tidwell with the $5 super chat. King Thrash with his Windows Media Player analysis on a compact Presario. Look, the global illumination ain't illuminating. Cameron Foundry.
Wow, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's happening, bro. I don't know. People just catching shots out of nowhere for no reason.
In our chat.
Yeah, for no reason. Okay.
Then we got Cedric H with the crest of the chat for Cedric H. Gifted 10 ILP memberships.
salute.
Thank you, bro.
Bless you,
Appreciate
Cedric.
that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Salute.
That is it. We're caught up.
All right. Moving on. Solve. Got this
And
one.
shout out to Cedric, man. The realm, man. At him and thank him for all these member chats he be gifting today. He's
Yeah, that's
making
awesome.
all of you.
Oh, that's
we
what's
need some hold the line logos in there, man. Plenty of you today. There's 43 new members.
Wow.
We need some
Yeah,
hold
man.
the line.
Cedric H, Star Killer. Yeah, appreciate
Yeah,
you guys.
Cedric.
And everybody else that gifted
Facts.
memberships.
Hit
Appreciate
that
that.
subscribe button too, y'all. And yeah, Solve, you want to comment on EmbracerGroup a little bit? Or you want me to set you up? Or
Yeah, okay. You can set me up this time. You can set it up.
No, just shout out to Derek Strickland. He's what you call Tweaktown's PR game editor for the news, industry, finance stuff. EmbracerGroup plans to cancel games and close game studios as part of its cost reduction plan. So yeah, they've been laying out plans to rein in massive teams studios and reduce spending. Embracer was really counting on that $2 billion of cash to help fund new projects. Now the company will pare back its focus, canceling projects and closing studios along the way. So this kind of hit last minute, and we just brought this in. So thoughts on Embracer? What you think is going on over there, man?
Well, yeah, apparently I gotta give Colin his props. He's been saying this from the very beginning.
Yes.
He was like, they are out here buying and buying and buying without any real infrastructure to support these teams, and without any real killer IP apart from the more recent, sort of acquisition of the Lord of the Rings license to really support that amount of studios with games that were never going to make that money back. And it blew up in their face. They were looking to get a $2 billion infusion from what is now assumed to be the Savvy Games Group, which is AKA the Saudi government, which would have been dirty money, very dirty money as it was. And that fell through. So now they have to pare down everything that they basically had acquired in the previous couple of years because they just can't support it. So a lot of these sort of middle of the road, we talked about how, the EmbracerGroup was sort of that sort of rebirth of THQ and sort of that middle of the road sort of B tier game that we just don't see unless it was going into a service or something like that. They had a lot of those IP. They have a lot of beloved stuff that I think they also have, like Legacy of Kain and stuff like that they said there was coming back, and now we don't know that stuff is coming back. So they're considerably going to pare down, and I know why King is because when the fox hears the rabbit scream, he comes and running.
Man!
But not to help, because somebody is looking ripe
for
a phone call in the middle of the night.
Oh man! So you're flying to Microsoft with that their strategy of the things are down.
Listen, man, you know, as King said, and I have to agree with him now. This was you guys ever heard of a holding company? Well, this company, this company is holding some things that Microsoft might find interesting.
Oh man!
Microsoft just finds on the side of the road. Oh, what's this?
Oh, what's this? Oh, Tomb Raider. Oh, wow. So yeah, it seems that they are kind of in dire straits compared to where they were just literally months ago, and what the plans were. And I think, and this is unfair to say, but it's a microcosm for all the problems that they're having now. Gollum was really that was it. That was the tipping point. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. It's like, okay, if this is the level of quality of game that we can expect moving forward, we're going to tank this completely. Let's rejigger this now when we can. And maybe that thinking doesn't happen if they had gotten that $2 billion infusion, right? Maybe they continue to try to grow and build and sort of make the money that they can off these IP. So in some ways, maybe this is good. And for somebody looking to acquire them, it looks especially good because they're not bloated. And now all of these IP that they now own, they could possibly be willing to part with in a fire sale. So
That's what I want Microsoft to go for is IP.
It is exactly. So it is an interesting development here. Again, shout out to Colin because you've been saying this forever. And he's also said, if you think about what Game Pass is, right? The IP that Embracer owns fit perfectly into those middle spaces where we're not getting first party games. This is the type of IP that fits perfectly in there, where if they're brought back with care, there's a lot of quality games and quality IP there that can be brought back that don't have to be $150-200 million franchises, but there are great games there that could possibly be lost if these guys dissolve this completely. So interesting developments. Embracer just, their eyes the eyes were bigger than their stomachs could hold, and they're in some caca right now.
You know what's funny? Someone put in the chat. I said before the EmbracerGroup is Microsoft's Xbox offshore account. Once if like 10 years down the road, you find out that's true.
Yo, King gonna be. Oh, we ain't not gonna hit the end of it.
Yeah. Oh my goodness! If all of that turns out to be true,
oh, we're not gonna hit. It's gonna be Hold the Line Part 2. It's gonna be a whole thing again.
But I gotta give it to him because he saw it. He saw it. He was like, wait a minute. Hey, and wait a minute, all them dudes. Wait, Crystal D, hold up, they're working with us.
What he said though, he said, let me hold something. You got to.
Let me hold that. I'll be right back for that. I'll be back for that.
I got some stuff for y'all. Wait till it's my go.
So it's an interesting development for Embracer for sure. Because I'll be honest, I saw them spending all that money, and I heard where Colin was coming from, and it made sense. But I'm like, nah, these people are busy. They have a plan. They're playing. They had no plan.
Their plan was to buy more stuff and deal with it later.
Yeah, and this is what happened. So yeah.
Addict, thoughts on the EmbracerGroup situation?
I hate it in the same because it's like they bought a lot of the studios and game and IPs that I really, really enjoy. And it's disappointing that those IPs that I thought we would see a sequel or a reboot or something, that most likely is never going to happen. And I knew when I started seeing them like kind of like cashing out for these games that they buy, like Destroy Humans. I think they own the Mercenaries IP too. There's not much that this company doesn't own at this point. They own the what's the game about the Four Horsemen? Darksiders. They own that franchise. Like they own everything you can really think of. And, when I first heard about this company going out and doing this, I'm like, okay, we can finally get these games that I grew up with. And maybe we'll see a couple rebrands, a couple remakes. But it just seemed like, they put like an assembly line out. Let's do, Destroy Humans 1. Ow. Destroy Humans 2. Ow. Like, and it's just like, it's disappointing because it's, others, clearly some of these games could never go mainstream because of the way they're structured. But I do feel like some of these games, if done correctly, especially a Darksiders franchise, could really, really captivate and grab an audience. Like I would like From Software to make a Darksiders. Because I think that formula that they put in, that type of lore that they put in, that attention to detail on the atmosphere, I think they would do wonders with that kind of IP. But sadly, EmbracerGroup just gobbling everything up, and now they're sick, their stomach's upset. and it's just like you gobble too much stuff up.
Too fast, yeah.
The difference between them and like a Microsoft, that's why I don't want Microsoft to like expand too much more, because I don't want the same thing happen to them where it's like there's so much growth that it implodes from the inside. But Microsoft already had a somewhat structure before they started gobbling stuff. They had the skeleton inside them, so it was just about filling. Yeah, it was about filling up that skeleton. Like EmbracerGroup, they're bloated. Like it's just like they open their mouth, you see Darksiders starting to fall out of it. Like,
oh man!
So it's just it's sad. It's sad because I know that comes with a lot of jobs lost, a lot of IPs that we love. It's sad that it's happening. Hopefully, I want Microsoft to pick up more IPs that prominent IPs they can use in the future. Maybe pick up Crystal D. the other studios that's helping with Fable.
Get that legacy
and
game.
I feel like if they buy those studios, just merge them with the studio they're currently working with, because I feel like at that point you create the full-fledged studio that it's meant to be.
Yo, shout out to Paris. He said, I'm assuming this is hour 17 of the show. Yeah, he's stupid. Shout out to Paris. You messy, bro. Let me get kicking, man. This is you kind of speaking it to fruition. Once again, the general, the king out here predicting thoughts. Embracing it, looking a little shaky now. They had a bunch of acquisitions. Now looking like they're selling things off. Your thoughts, sir?
Feeling like Birdman out here. Looking mighty sweet, love. EmbracerGroup was like shorties with them PPP loans.
Oh, man.
Out here buying everything. Getting hair and nails done. Upgrading. Doing different things. Microsoft sitting in the back, Sugar Daddy Mac, like,
Sugar Daddy Mac.
Sugar Daddy Mac.
That money gonna run out, boo. Said, Microsoft, you know the hey, big head. Yeah. Crystal D looking. Thank you for holding my stuff.
I don't like his energy right now.
Yo, right now. This is the best thing. I told you dudes, 369. If you ain't manifesting, you ain't doing what you're supposed to do. And I told you what it is. And y'all said this, saying, how's this guy keep being right? Everything keeps going his way. Yo, I told you EmbracerGroup was holding the bag from Microsoft. Good looking shorty, got that. Thank you for holding it down. You know, when we had the great competitor, Peter Moore, on, he told you, sometimes you got to, put some bread out, let people live. When they was under scrutiny from the government, we can't buy nothing right now. So we got to, develop different things. Microsoft under scrutiny right now. Yo, shorty, hold down my Crystal
Hold
D.
the weight.
My
Hold the weight to the
side. Crystal D. Y'all can come over, still
And you
get our
wonder
hair
why
and
we get
nails done.
such super chats.
So yo, they still coming over. They still get you still getting the blowout, your chemical blowout really good. They still doing your facial
Chemical blowout.
This story is wild
right now. But you can't, you can't let the government know that what's really going on.
You put the house in your mama name. What you doing?
That's what I gotta do. You gotta do the P. Diddy style. Everything my mama name, man.
Oh man.
So soon as this thing is done with the CMA, guarantee you, EmbracerGroup is gonna be all right. You all right, boo. You held me down during my lean times when the government was on my back. You was my ride or die. You did this for me. You tucked that away so they couldn't find that for me. Thank you, boo. So now,
that's too graphic. Tucking away is too graphic. Continue.
I can't wait for IO and Crystal D to come home. Come on home, baby. And then those IPs. Hey, you need some money? Keep the lights on. What you need? What's going on? Con Ed, dude, what's happening? What's going on over here? Microsoft they the checks, they the can man. Anything can happen here, baby.
I mean,
we can go to Cancun. Anything can happen, baby.
I mean, we do have the Daryl Gallagher relationship with Crystal Dynamics. We do know that they are still working and helping out on Perfect Dark, which is interesting with Initiative.
Yes.
Yeah. I like your energy right now.
There's people in places. You
Too
understand?
much
We got to
pimp
build
energy.
and foster good relations. So I see a great relationship with Microsoft, and it just, like you said, the writing's is on the wall. Hey, Bo, come over here, man. Come in from the rain over here under our umbrella. Yeah, we having caviar and stuff. It's called Game Pass. And if you sign a promotional agreement with us, where your stuff can be distributed, and we will actually fund you, things can happen. Embrace it. You got a home here. We don't want to own you, but we would like to hold you.
Oh man, lot of pimp talk right now.
Yeah, shout out to Microsoft doing the pimp thing in a pimp way. And we know how pimps play, but she'll be home today. See you later, boo boo.
It is interesting. Good, I got it. You gonna say something? Oh, my fault. I thought somebody said. No, it is interesting to see how this is playing out. I mean, obviously, we saw Embracer just snatching up so much, and we were just like, yo, what are they doing? Like, it is.
Loans. There's out here shopping.
Yeah, like it was insane. We were just like, yo, what's going on? And then even at the time, I remember we were just like, yo, they got Crystal Dynamics and what was it, Idols, whoever it was, but for at that time, we're just like, it's so cheap. Like no one wanted to, you know what I'm saying? Like,
that was a crazy number. That was low.
Yes. We were just so surprised they was able to get that low. But I had to,
especially for Tomb Raider.
Yeah, I had to bet the
Tomb Raider
king
by
on this.
himself is probably worth that.
Yeah, Tomb Raider's insane. I mean, and don't they got Lord of the Rings IP?
They have Lord of the Rings now, right? So Gollum was their latest.
Gollum.
But then, and then the game, the Lord of the Rings game that they had in development was canceled. They were like, nope,
canceled. Yeah,
nope.
Just put on hold.
If this turned out to be true, oh my Lord, we're never gonna hear it from King, because it would be on brand for Microsoft to swoop in when times are rough for you. When all you going through, you can't pay the rent, here come Microsoft all of a sudden. Figured out a way to help you on your tough times, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, and then obviously, you know, if we're gonna feed the rumors and we're gonna feed King right now, you know, I always felt that it was, we had funny skits, all of us, me, you, Addict, talk about the Crystal D takeover and initiative and how dudes came in with their shirts and all of a sudden Daryl Gallagher got his way as far as how the studio is going to be run now, and the whole regime moved out, new regime moved in, and majority of them are Crystal Dynamic, you know, employees or whatever. So we got to pay attention. This is interesting. It just seems they probably took on way too much too fast. And yeah, I mean, it's Microsoft, it will be an opportunity if you present it. So yeah, it's gotta see how this goes.
As soon as that deal closes, bro, it's open season.
It will be interesting to see how they move, because you acquire ABK, and I know a lot of people don't want to hear this, you know what I'm saying, about consolidation, but that's a big hurdle for, you know, speaking of whole law, anything. Once you get into the billions and all that, you know, obviously it's going to be government regulatory scrutiny. But anything after that, it's really about the money. And if the money's in the millions and way low, the government, they're not caring at that point.
They're not going to even look.
They don't care when they expect a they cut.
Exactly. You know what I mean? So it's
worth $80 billion. How much we get?
And we know for a fact, Microsoft has said they are not, Phil Dominus has said, they are not stopping. This is not a one. So I know a lot of people who are, you know, very concerned about the health of the industry and acquisitions, but the reality is it's still going to happen. So it will be interesting. What?
You know what I like?
What?
I like having great Peter Moore on, right? Mm-hmm. And dudes getting a chance to peep into the psyche of how these dudes move in the background.
Yeah.
And, you know, we get a chance. We get a little glimpse. They let it slip. Like, you know, Satya, the great Odin. It's about competition. Let us have competition. So you know these dudes is down for the smoke, right? So why not? Yeah. You go and get whatever you can to bolster your situation.
I mean, he did allude that, like, Phil's greatest strength is getting Microsoft leadership to first of all, he's a lifer, a gamer, and getting them to invest way on the level that Peter had to fight. I almost kind of alluded, like, one hand behind his back.
Yeah.
They was going through, we are breaking up Microsoft.
Yep.
And you can't have no more, like they were not trying to really acquire. They had to do all these other things. And that's why at the time they were very aggressive with the third-party deals.
See?
At that time.
That point.
See,
that's the point that people probably missed in that interview.
Because we always hear that argument, they should just do that now. And it was just like,
we couldn't do that. Yeah. You know, like, you see now, Phil, that scrutiny is not there. So Phil is able to bolster the first party from, what was it, like 6 to 36?
Small, yeah.
Right? So then you understood now this is why the third party was such a huge thing. Right. We can do these third party deals all over the place to bolster what we were deficient in. But there was a reason why, was because they were under government scrutiny. Yes. I mean, it's kind of the same thing now, but Phil had a head start on seeing what they weren't able to do and what was the problems. So maybe if those problems weren't there, they would have had a more robust first party studio situation to begin with, because Peter comes from first party running Sega, Remember, because
Yeah.
the arcade stuff was actually helping out, and he helped facilitate all those third-party deals with the Dreamcast that got the Dreamcast as the greatest launch
Facts.
library in the history.
And the thing is, even back then, during his Dreamcast, they were trying to acquire studios to compete. It was really tough because they acquired, what is it, Visual Concepts, he said?
Yes.
To try to get the sports joints. But even then, it was like, it wasn't going to be enough. And then when you're trying to do the third-party game and the deals, he said EA and them was fronting on them. You know what I'm saying? Like they got to see. So again, this strategy of all you got to do is invest in your little, and then buy third party. That's not gonna work. You can't play that game with someone stronger than you in that space. You can't play that game.
I'm listening to you.
Yeah.
So this can go right back to the kind of funny interview with Phil, where he says just making great games isn't enough. See, people looked at that conversation like, oh, so then you mean that you just don't want to try? No, it has to be multifaceted because, like Peter was saying, Peter and them was making great games. There's no way you can tell me that 2K football wasn't crazy, that basketball wasn't crazy.
Launch lineup.
The only thing I laughed, you remember when I laughed when the 2K sports thing, because all the sports were amazing. Except for baseball.
I knew you had a feel of a way. I remember that.
But just great games alone won't sustain your platform. And it's the deals and stuff and thinking outside the box. I love the fact that he said, coming from that underdog, and companies know exactly where they are in places, right? So you hear he's telling you, we are the underdog. Yeah. We have to fight. We have to do things differently.
Which technically they still are with them being third place. It's the same thing. That's why it's good to get it from the source. Like it just validated everything we've been saying for the longest, but a lot of people are emotional, didn't want to hear it. But he's literally saying it. So it's just like, it was really, I'm glad you brought that up, Kick. It was really insightful to hear how they are trying to battle the juggernaut that is Sony. And he talked about, he used the word, was it FUD? Or was it? What's the FUD stand for? Fear,
fear,
and doubt,
and some doubt.
Yeah. And basically, when they're the dominant brand and the market leader, right, and telling people, hey, you can get that system, but uncertainty. Yes, fear, uncertainty. And again, when the market leader can command that, that's why the acquisitions, all that stuff is necessary to compete. That's why when he was able to re-up with 360, right? Xenon, and then Balmer putting the money down and saying, all right, here's the budget. Even though they had the budget, it was still limited into where they could go and stuff like that. So Phil's greatest strength, like we talked about, is now getting Satya, which is now replacing, the Balmer role, and then getting them at the table. Because back then, they were really office and... You know what I'm saying? Like, Xbox wasn't the thing.
Right. And he helped establish Xbox as a brand.
Factual.
And he started he said, we're not even gonna be in the same building with y'all. We don't want to associate with that. We want to do this over here in the cut. But I gotta say this. When he fought Sony, Sony is not the champion that they are now. That's when I tell you they're a different beast. He fought them and he told you they were in a heyday.
Yeah,
I fought the champ when the champ was the champ.
Facts.
Right? When the champ was doing 1,000 sit-ups and 1,000 push-ups a day.
Facts.
They had TVs, they had cameras, they had Walkman, they had Blu-ray. They were balling on all cylinders, and to take on that juggernaut and drop the champ. I mean, to drop the champ, and the champ had to get up off the mat, had to clean himself up. you bloodied his nose. He did his thing, man. So right now we're seeing.
You can argue Peter Moore has been the only head of a generation that successfully, beat Sony at their own game.
Yep.
You can make the argument.
With his hand behind his back. But to bring it back to EmbracerGroup, I believe that right now, I mean, PPP loan thing going crazy. and I believe that, the wounded tiger will get that thing taken out his paw, that splinter taken out his paw. Microsoft will come over there, bandage him up, and help him out. And I've always believed that they had a great relationship with Microsoft. I always believed that they was holding the bag for Microsoft. And this is the time that they repay that kindness. I believe this is the time, they come through, oh, don't worry about that, boo-boo. I got that. You know how you walk through a restaurant and you see somebody that had helped you out in the past and he's eating?
Yeah.
And you walk past the maitre d', you tell him, hey, whatever his bill is, I got that, I covered that. And you pay for it. And he goes to pay for it at the end of the night. And he's like, nah, that dude took care of it a long time ago. That type of thing. And I believe that's going to happen.
Yeah, no, good point. Good point. Great stuff. That's all I got on Embracer. You want to get the super chat before we get to the last one? So?
Yes, sir. We have Sappho with the $5 super chat. Maybe Jim Ryan could offer him some frequent flyer miles to help him get to Germany.
Yo.
Shout out to Sappho. Then we have Lord Starkiller, $2 super chat. These devs never heard of a minimal interface? Guess not. Then we have Chilib Elam, $5 super chat. Starting nearly 3 hours late, sending to the future. It's inspiring hearing Mr. Moore's story as a PE teacher myself. Love the show. Shout out to Sugar Sean.
Sugar Sean. Wow, salute.
Then we got One Bad Mother, $10 super chat. ILP sets a benchmark for combining entertainment, industry insight, and quality interviews. Congratulations for another great one and my favorite of the year. Looking forward to part 2. Thank you, brother.
Yo, that's my guy. One Bad Mother. Salute. So much love for you, brother.
That.
Love what you do. Always humbling, no doubt.
Then let's put the crest in the chat once again for Silent Cypher gifting 10 ILP memberships. Silent Cypher, appreciate you.
Blessings,
y'all spreading the love today. I like that.
Yeah, I like that. Love that. We have Corey Tidwell, $5 super chat. They bought them studios with PPP loans. Everybody was wondering how you bought that 4,000 square foot house working at a call center.
Not working at
dark.
Oh man, that was dark.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Nah, that was Corey Tidwell. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought he said dark. My fault.
No, he said center with dark.
Oh, hilarious. Salute.
Then we have Silent Cypher with the $5 with chat. Purchasing Embracer straight up is a no-go given Embracer's direct government relation. So the Savvy Games Group owns about like 8% of whatever. So which is the Saudi government. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. Buying devs from them bit by bit is the best legal approach. Yeah. We don't need all those IP, just the best ones. just get those.
Just get those.
Picking through the trash.
Pick and choose. Yeah,
hilarious.
We just take your best bits.
Then we have Senjutsu Sage, $5 super chat. Microsoft's strategy with gaming and Game Pass is not to go where the path may lead, but go instead where there is no path and leave a trail. Yeah, Trailblazer.
Peter did.
Sure. Then we have Robert Kellett, $2 super chat. Phil slapping Embracer with that beefy check.
Whoa.
Yo.
What up? We have. He said, "What up?
What up, yo?
Yo."
Yo.
Then we have Egro Fire 67, $5 super chat. Can we finally agree that it's Peter Moore's face chiseled in the pole position on Mount Xbox Rushmore?
I made sure I gave him that. I made sure I threw that in there. I threw that. He's on that. He's always solidified.
And then we have Corey Tidwell again, $5 super chat. Y'all seen Doc Dark call center headset? Come on, man. Ain't no levels to that headset.
Yo, y'all go there, my man's headset. Like, what's going on?
We got to get Doc.
Shout out to Doc Dog. We'll get him in.
Talk about this headset?
No, they not you. They talk about the homie. Doc
okay,
Dog.
I thought they was going after my headset.
No,
I have not seen his headset.
So clearly they going after my man, Doc Dog. We gonna straighten it out. They're being disrespectful. Anyway,
we're caught up.
All right, the final one. This is King's topic. I'll set it up. TechCrunch article from Claude Cummings Jr., who is the president of the Communications Workers of America and labor and civil rights activists. And the title of his article is A Merger That's Good for Workers and Consumers. So I'm just going to paraphrase because there's a lot here. So pretty much he's summarizing after the review of regulators as far as the ABK deal, is on track to close later this year. He says the newly elected president of the CWA, I'm extremely encouraged by these developments. Thanks to the regulatory process, this deal will significantly enhance competition in the video games industry while securing workers' rights and consumers' interests. He says that this is a significant win for consumers. Under the merger, Microsoft is going to be doing more to ensure that its games are on multiple platforms than ABK is currently doing, and more than its chief competitor, Sony, which blocks U.S.-based competitors from competing in Japan's gaming market. He said for workers, the potential benefits are even more dramatic. He goes on to say that Microsoft has taken a different approach, that they've worked with us to negotiate an unprecedented enforceable labor neutrality agreement, which, if the merger is approved, would allow workers at ABK to freely and fairly make a choice about union representation. The fact that workers' concerns entered the acquisition conversation is no small part thanks to the new antitrust emphasis on labor. And then he goes on, he talks about ZeniMax as far as they expressed that they expressed joining the CWA. They were allowed to choose for themselves whether to join. No one was fired in retaliation for union activity. No one was forced to attend mandatory meetings and listen to union busting pitches. The process was simple, free, and fair the way it should be. He said, sadly, Microsoft stands alone among U.S. video game and tech companies. While he said Sony's U.S. workforce is in the same position as Activision Blizzard's, left to struggle under weak labor laws that companies often ignore. He said at this year's Game Developers Conference, a group of video game workers delivered a letter to Sony's management asking the company to agree to allow its workers to organize free from retaliation and interference. The response: silence. So yeah, he pretty much is talking from this position, and the last statement he just said is that it will be Microsoft acquisition of Activision will truly be a game changer for workers in the industry. Collective bargaining puts power into the hands of workers to shape their working conditions and protect their rights to speak up about the concerns on the job. So he is clearly in favor of the move. Shout out to King with a K&N exclusive that I missed. It's pretty legitimate. So King, your thoughts on this? You brought this article to the room.
Yeah, well, K&N, we're worldwide. What we'd like to do is we want to think about the little man. We want to think about everyone that's working inside the company, and the fact that this acquisition will only just bolster the working relationship between the upper management and lower management, because lower management just wants the ability to feel safe, right? So when you start these unionizing practices, and you start to unionize, and you can have a voice, you can have a head of a union that can advocate on your behalf, opposed to you being alone going up against a big juggernaut. I think that's a little bit more comforting in workers. So this all started before with ABK, with the problems that they were having there, and the fact that unionizing will help things out. So in reading this article and understanding this article, I found out that Sony doesn't believe in these practices. I found out that Sony is directly opposed to these practices as far as having unions and having the right to assembly and feel protected in the workplace. And it seems like it causes an adversarial connotation to the project, where it's the people against management. And it should never be that way. You should never feel when you go into work that you're unprotected. You should go into work feeling protected, that management, if not doesn't have your best interest at heart, that you do have a representative that will advocate your position. And they don't have the ability to have that advocate to advocate that position. And when they did ask, would they be allowed to do such things, they were met with silence. So sometimes silence means no. It could be meaning yes. But I don't think at this moment in time that they're ready to have that conversation. But Microsoft is openly having that conversation and encourages these things. So if it starts from one position and it allows us to get to a better understanding of worker relationship with management and unionizing, and that becomes a normal practice in this industry, where a lot of you guys say that y'all are for the workers, y'all for the devs. Well, this is really being for the devs. This is really being for the workers. This is really being for the small people. Why would you oppose this deal? How could you be on the opposite end of this deal when this deal actually facilitates that these workers and these people, the smaller people, are being protected and understood, and they will be heard from the smallest bowels of the company to the largest bowels of the company? I don't understand why people are opposed to it when everybody that is on the right side of the consumer and the workers are for it.
Yeah, no, well said. Again, good information drop. Lord Attic, what's your feeling on the unionization part, and the CWA really pro Microsoft with this deal and getting unionization going after Activision Blizzard is finalized?
I think unionization of everything you can really do is good for everyone. it's always good to have someone looking out that is financially motivated to look out for your well-being. And I think the financial thing is the most important anything, because most people, people got each other's self-interest in mind, and that's just human nature. So, you need organizations that are just going to naturally look out for you, because what are we to a multi-billion-dollar, trillion-dollar company? Like we're just numbers in a computer, and sometimes you need that help to loosen that gap between us and the employer.
Not fair enough. Solve this information in reference to the CWA and the merger of ABK.
The CWA, much like any sort of unionized body, is beholden to have to make dealings with the devil in order to create situations that create protections for the workers that are within the CWA, right? So the thing about it is that the CWA, if you're looking at it from a purely, like, just pure standpoint, like they're supposed to be there to protect the workers, they do a lot of deals with management in order to be able to create those scenarios, right? And what happens is, in scenarios where there have been strikes, and scenarios where there has been, pushback from workers that are unionized within a certain space, what'll happen is those strikes will be cut short. Those strikes, oftentimes without getting the things that the workers have asked for, right? And it's the union jumping in and saying, hey, creating a scenario with saying, hey, we can't do this, right? We can't do this. But again, that comes from dealings with these big companies, right? In this specific situation, Microsoft, where they sit down and be like, okay, what we'll give you is we'll be neutral, and we're not going to comment one way or the other about your acquisition of ABK, but you have to agree that once they're under your umbrella, you do not create any sort of barriers to all of the employees within these companies to reach some form of unionization. So it's a dance with the devil, right? You have to do this. And as somebody who's been part of a union for now, 30-something years,
you got experience. I was curious how you feel about this.
You see it, and it's like, look, there were times when our company got taken over by another company, we fought for all new incoming employees to get the same benefits that we had under the new company. And we fought for months until eventually we had to throw our hands up and say, hey, we have to protect what's here already for the ones that are here already. And we have to let some of that go for the new incoming people. It's just what it is. They're not gonna budge on this. So we have to make those concessions. So, in a union space, it is that thing of like, it's a give and take. It's a give and take. And you're going to look at your union reps and be like, you sometimes be disgusted with the concessions they have to make in order to protect what you have already. And in this particular case for the CWA, it's the concessions that have to be made in order for us to get our foot in the door,
right,
and do it right. So it's a dance with the devil. You're not always going to feel good about yourself. But at the end of the day, you're creating a situation that, in the gaming space specifically, has never existed, right?
Right.
So you do what you got to do, and you hopefully in the process you don't get Jimmy Hoffa, and you know what I mean. You just be careful.
Careful out there.
But again, it's crazy because, again, from a lot of people's perspectives, the CWA doing this is just another example of them getting in bed with management as opposed to protecting the rights of the workers. But in this specific case, it is that somebody has to make that deal, and somebody has to listen. Because if a big union opposes, if big unions get together and oppose
the deal,
it is not a good. It is a black eye on this merger. So it behooved Microsoft to say, hey, you know what? Let's just create a scenario. It looks good for us. And at the end of the day, these are workers with high skill set ceilings that if you really want to be the change you talk about, these are the things you allow to happen. And when we start talking about all these articles about crunch and this, that, and the other, and people just being beat down by the industry and leaving the industry, these are the things that need to happen in order for that change to happen. So be it. So again, there's two sides to every story. There's a little shystiness on either side, but it has to happen. So hey,
one thing I want to point out that like you got to do stuff like this for my brother's generation. Because one thing I will say is like the younger generations, they don't play these games. Like they will job hop like crazy before they deal with hostile environments or anything like that. Like part of my generation is like we were raised by the upper generation. We're like we're already too far in. But my brother's generation, they don't care. They do not care whatsoever. If they feel offended in any way, obviously some of it's too much, but a lot of it is like, is it they're right and we've all been dealt with this for years, or we've just been conditioned to deal with this and they're wrong? Right. So I flipped that around, but it's just, if you make things better for future developers, you get better talent in the long run. Yes, because you have probably very talented people that's in college right now looking into what field, what area they should go into. Like, oh, that gaming industry, they got no unions? What? We ain't doing that. So they go completely somewhere else, and that could be another cliff that just left, that didn't even try the industry because they've heard how toxic some of the environments are.
Yeah. I mean, look, this is an important discussion. I mean, I'm always going to be pro-dev.
Someone said there's levels to this.
Yeah, like, I'm always going to be pro-dev. And it always, I mean, listen, ILP, we've had so many developers on. And what are the stories we hear? We always hear, I was doing well. Or, I wanted to chase my dream and I left, I moved, and I moved my family across whatever for the shot for the risk of this dream. And then we know about the volatility of the industry, right? Which is like, you get there, you put your heart into something, doesn't necessarily mean the game's going to, do well. Publishers maybe squander or miss opportunities, and, you're out of here, right? And now, the studio closes, and we hear these stories. It's a very volatile business, and it's a very risky business. No guarantee of success. There's no guarantee just because you do X, Y, Z, automatically this is going to work. So, they've been operating in these conditions for a while. And we've also had, Lord Jason Schreier on. This is something he's always been pro, that there needs to be unions and yeah.
Sorry, not to mention the person that we had with Naughty Dog. I can't remember his name.
Oh, my man,
Jason Rubin.
Jason Rubin.
Jason Rubin, yeah. He even said, look, I ran my people to the bone, and I regret every bit of that. I should not have done that. That's just how things were. And if you know what I noticed, you see a lot of the older developers, the people that ran teams and stuff, be like, yeah, I was bugging. I should have done that. Like they're really, really anti-crunch. Is a reason for that, because they see people sleeping under desks because the people had to make deadlines.
We've had so many devs on. We've heard the stories, and we heard like, hey, it was just how it was at the time, right? That kind of thing. And there has been talk about, hey, these guys need to be protected, kind of thing. So look, like Saab said, I defer to you with your union experience. It's kind of like that dance with the devil on both sides in order for the greater good of it existing maybe to happen. Obviously, we know about, this has started now with the CWA, and then ZeniMax expressed their interest with the Bethesda acquisition. It probably behooves Microsoft to, not be in the way of this and allow this to happen. And could be one of those contingencies to, public opinion, you probably best, especially with ABK and all their scenarios and their prior history and their baggage of what's going on internally behind the scenes as employees and stuff like that. So, look, I get it, and I knew King was going to point out Sony's silence on this. I knew King was going to go straight for the jugular on that, but look, it's got to start somewhere. It's got to start. I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm not saying unions are perfect. But it's got to start somewhere. And I think this is a good call out by King and Canon News that, no one is talking about. No one's talk. We've always said, yes, we know Call of Duty with ABK. We know how big this is, one of the biggest mergers, and we get it. But I rarely hear people talk about the actual workers, the developers, and the people who were in here suffering behind the scenes in bad conditions. Like no one's really talking about that, and a lot of them do want this change, kind of thing. So we got to see how it plays out. But yeah, it was very interesting to see the super strong support of the CWA, behind Microsoft finalizing this acquisition. So we shall stay tuned. That's what I got. Anything else for y'all on this one?
Nope. Just the fact that Sony ain't saying nothing.
Clearly,
let me reiterate that Sony ain't say nothing about this.
yeah. You want to bring that.
Talk about pro consumer.
Jim is not about them devs.
Jim said, "Wait a second, y'all want to unionize? Huh? Wait a second. Close that door. Change his key card.
Change his key card.
Let him in the building."
That's all I got. Sorry, we get to see a chance to get up out of here.
Yes, sir. We got JD Gamer gifted 10 ILP memberships. Shout out to you, brother. Appreciate you, man.
He really go hard for us, man. Support JD Gaming, man. Salute.
Yes, sir. And we got I got jump. Give me one moment.
Yeah, no problem.
Cog, you read the chat?
No, I did not because I couldn't see it for some reason.
Chat.
Yeah, send it to your Facebook message. For whatever reason, it didn't come through.
Okay.
And we got Robert Kellett, $2 super chat. Sony anti-developer 2. Damn, Jim be clowning. KNN News special report. Then we have JD Gamer again, $20 super chat. Iron Lord's out here doing it better than any of the big boys. Meet the new kings of the block. Interviews, entertainment, and industry insight. We ILP soldiers are eating good up in here. Put the crest in the chat for the ILP. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you, man.
No doubt. Salute.
I want you guys to stick around. We got a treat for y'all. If y'all wasn't here at the beginning of the show, we got something right here to end the show for you guys.
Sure.
No doubt. What else?
Then we got Mighty Mellow, $10 super chat. Phil Dominus needs to revive the Coliseum that MLG once was. Acquire Iron Galaxy, make Killer Instinct 2, and hire Lord Beefy as the announcer. Beefy combo.
Yo, I am not gonna sit there and lie. I'm telling you right now, if that's a thing, make it a thing.
Make it a thing. Make it a thing.
Make that a thing.
Hell yeah.
Could you imagine, Saul? I think I would literally pass out to hear him get his chance to do that. Introducing, he become the new Michael Buffer of our generation. Oh, hell yeah.
If anyone, interested, Cog is available to talk.
Go. About that.
No doubt.
Beefy.
See, there he go.
Beefy combo.
There he go.
Oh, Beefy.
He was doing so good. He was
doing so good. He got to throw extra on it. There you go.
Beefy combo.
Shit, I don't like that.
It's like BP combo, and it just has that gif where it just
meat on the table.
Yo, mega meat move. Beefy.
Beefy breaker. The BT breaker.
The beefy breaker.
Y'all stupid.
There we go. Tony Bryant, member for 35 months, Lord Bronze. Happy Lord's Day. All EmbracerGroup to Microsoft. I'm in a bind, Nate. Well, better do what you got to do.
Messy.
Yeah.
Then we got Silent Cypher, $2 super chat. Thanks for the awesome continued content. Cheers. Cheers to you as well, sir. Then we got Country Big 94 with the £2 super chat. How we doing, Lords? 19.3K subs, 20K incoming. Yes, 20K incoming.
Yeah. Coming through. Country Fuck. That's what I'm talking about. Good to see you.
My goal is to hit 20K by the end of the year, and we might hit it by like the end of next month.
Yeah, man. Salute, man. Salute. We good?
We are caught up, sir.
All right. No poll this week because Lords might be traveling. We got to figure some things out. What's going on? So we're gonna figure something, but we're gonna keep y'all abreast of what our plans are. Yo, shout out to y'all, man. The round showed out. Peter Moore, wow, that was tremendous. That was, again, bucket list type stuff, and just to see your heroes and people you respect, have a good time. Man said he want to come back, and it just really meant a lot. And we want to thank the realm because, let's be honest, obviously we shot our shot. but the realm put the pressure down. The realm said,
they did.
this is the place you need to be. We don't care where you go, anyone else. If you ain't come to the realm, the ILP, we've got the best community. And I really want to thank y'all, because without you guys, this doesn't happen. And he took notice. He took notice. Make no mistake, you know, and I really want to thank you guys for that, because you guys don't get enough credit for our success. We wouldn't be here without you guys.
For real.
Yeah, and I want to point out, you know, Cog probably going to get mad at me for this one. But yeah, thank you guys for pulling up on Sarah Bond, because we are in communication. So, you know, if we wouldn't have, like, I can't believe how many people commented on that. Was like, you got, this is the place to go. This is the place. It's like every other comment was like, come to ILP. Come to ILP. Come to ILP. Like, and you know, because of that, you know, we are in conversation. I don't know if it's gonna happen. But she does come on the. That's you. That's you guys.
That's why I got to give it up to the realm. They made this happen. Like I said, we shoot our shots, but the realm puts it over the top and says, "Let's go." So salute to that as a magical day. Lord Addict, where can people find you? What you got going on, sir?
Follow me on Twitter at Lord Addict. I don't care what they say. X, not.
You ain't finding no X.
Yeah, well, it's gonna take me a minute before I say Twitter's a porn star, a porn site. So, you know, first off, I want to thank Peter Moore for coming on. It was a fantastic show. We had up to like 1,600 people in the chat. Definitely hit that like button on your way out. There's not really anyone to send you guys to today. So I guess I'll just pick one of the random people on there, because, you know, I think he's got like 3 people in there watching right now. So, you know, go in there in a big way. Tell them ILP. Put ILP raid. That's what I want you guys to put. ILP raid. You know, guys, every week, man. You guys here every week. Now, next week, Cog is going to be out of town, so we have to figure out if we're going to have a show next week. If we are, I do have like an idea if we have a show, just to make it a little bit more of a community thing. I don't know. I have to talk to Cog and Cog and them about that. But like I said, appreciate all you guys coming through here. How we're going to handle the Starfield content is, you know, we're just going to sit down. We're going to have a chat. You know, it'll probably, most likely, it will preview the moment the embargo's up. But, you know, the good thing about us all having a code is we can give you a genuine, all of our experience playing the game. And that's what we're going to do with that. Now, in case you guys we did one for Redfall where, you know, Cog and Solve went over there in details playing it. We're going to do that for this. Look forward to it.
No doubt, no doubt. Lord Solve, man. I wanted to try to sneak you in as much as I can with Peter, because I know the Sega Times was there. It was just tough, but I was hoping you get most of your bars. You got some of your bars in, which I was
no, because it's you know what it is, like I said, Peter Moore is really like a 10-hour interview, because there's deep cuts, like personal things you want to talk about. Like I wanted to get into that Sega Sports baseball thing. You ain't want to let that go. I just wanted to know what happened there, because again, World Series baseball on the Genesis and then on the Saturn was great. Like it was great. Like Genesis would like really like whatchamacallit, they were really simulation games. And then on the Saturn they got a little more arcadey, but they were still fun. And they went into the 3D realm. And then on the Dreamcast, bro, listen, Cog remembers, I traded a McDonald's breakfast for the last copy that a dude at EB Games had. He was like, yo, just go get me McDonald's breakfast.
Yeah, it was the last
copy. And I'll give you my copy of World Series Baseball 2K1. I was like, no doubt. Pew! To this day, I'm regretting giving this guy that breakfast. That was the worst baseball game. It looked pretty. Yeah. It was the worst. And then the baseball games on the Dreamcast was just not it after that. But yeah, man, Peter Moore, amazing. And again, the guy, it's hard to find somebody with that level of experience at C-suite experience and being up there and not have hubris about it. He's just, it's a team. We work hard. I go out there and I'm a killer when I'm out there, but it's all about making sure that the people that support the brands that I'm working for or that I'm taking care of know that we're in their corner 100%. And that was really, really beautiful to listen to. So I can't wait for part 2 as well. Yes. Like I said, like blessed to be able to have this opportunity to have the early access period for Starfield, and just playing it. And we will have a pretty detailed sort of talk. I don't know about finished, but we will have a pretty detailed talk
Might be a
about
part 3.
Yeah, for real. We'll have a pretty detailed discussion about what we've played to that point. So for sure, look out for that. We will be in the air, literally, when the embargo lifts. Everybody will be in the air on their way to PAX West. So hope you enjoy that when it comes out.
No doubt, no doubt. Lord King got to break bread with the legend. Was talking his talk, talking that competitive talk. It was a moment. What you got to say?
I would love to have because my conversations with him would be a whole lot different. Like, it's like certain things we couldn't ask, and I just want to have like off the record conversations. I have off the record conversations with a ton of people, and my off the record conversation with him will be crazy because, him being a PE teacher and coming from that competitive nature, y'all guys don't really know how these dudes take their soccer. They take their soccer serious.
Oh, it's for real.
And he's being a PE teacher. You're training young men, right, or young men and women. All right, you're crafting the minds. He goes over to Reebok. Remember, his thought process is to get young men, and this is at that period of time, young men to purchase these sneakers. So he's creatively in his head crafting plans to get young men in. The representative from Sega saw this. And people talk. You meet people from day to day and from time to time, and people talk. He's good. He understands the mind of the young man that you're trying to reach. Because remember, he thought it was video games for boys in rooms, right? And he wanted to get it to the living room. So he's learning along the way. He's the perfect person for the 360 at the time. I don't think if we had anyone else that was going up to Steve Ballmer to tell him what was going on, would they been able to sell him on putting up $1 billion to fix something, right, that's supposed to be profitable because they planned all the way out. So his competitive nature and everything led him to a moment where we needed him most at a time, and he fixed that brand there. So you can see where the fixing of the brand was and going forward, and he's definitely on the Mount Rushmore.
Oh, for sure. And real quick, I'm sorry, go ahead, King. I just want to add, because I'm glad what you said, because there's also the other part is the time he's in the industry, a lot of the companies yet weren't believing in gaming as this $1 billion industry that you can invest in. And then they got them to believe like, yo, this demographic, this is the target, this is what they're doing. Then the online, all that stuff to make it one of the largest industries. At the time, you had to get people to buy in. People were looking at games like, oh, that's a kid's toy. And gaming ain't.
That. He said he was still at the toy fairs throughout the years.
I forgot
Remember,
about that.
He was the biggest proponent in online. If he got Sega and them to believe, and he brings that information over to Microsoft, you guys really didn't know who you were seeing today. And I'm a little bit disappointed. Yeah, I'm hungry. I wanted, we had 1,600. I wanted 4,000 people to hear this man. Right? I really did. So I want everybody that's watching this to share this out. We got something special again, like I said, for you at the end. And we had something special in the beginning. It epitomizes who we are as a brand and who we are as a team. Selfless, loving, and inclusive, right? So if you're a Sony fan, you're a Nintendo fan, I know we didn't talk too much about you today, but, and you're a Sega fan and everything in between, you got a lot of meat on this table today, Pauls.
A lot of meat.
I mean, y'all going to be dissecting this interview for a while. It's so big that he want to come back and do another one. So my hat is off to him. The man showed you at the age of 45 that you can switch and turn on a dime.
Bro, that inspired me.
To be the greatest.
That's inspired me. He's in that pocket. That's where I'm at. I was just like, yo, he did that at that. That's crazy. Like, bro, it's insane. Very inspiring, super powerful. Definitely, gems for days. We didn't even get into the. Again. I had so much for the EA Sports Chamber, the EA Chamber, EA Access Live Service. He also kind of followed that. EA Access, I believe, was in his. It's so much we didn't even do the Liverpool, where he from, what he doing now. In fact, it was a lot going. And then the esports, because he was part of the competition. So that chamber we didn't even get into. And one thing you always realize with him is that he's got his finger on the pulse of where things are going.
He's playing mobile gaming now.
You should notice he said that. You know, he said that. And I was very curious to ask about, you know, again, with games subscription services, right? Yes. Like how we are with Game Pass stuff. Like, there's a lot of the stuff. EA, I remember when EA Access first came out and all that stuff. Yep. You know what I'm saying? So it is, and now look at it became EA Play, which EA Play then ended up going into Game Pass. There's a lot of stuff we didn't get a chance to talk about. FIFA, Matt, oh my God, it's stuff. We will bring them back. We'll bring them back. There's other questions for Sega that I wanted to get into. The 360 was a chamber in itself, and this is a legend, y'all. We will have him back. Very inspirational. Want to shout the realm out for that. This is, again, he's one of my gaming heroes, and he blessed us with some time. And he even had the way he ended the drip. You know that's a showman. You know that means he had the Dreamcast shorts on.
From
that's what I'm saying. Like,
lady, he had stuff on tuck ready.
He was
to go.
ready to go.
He knows how to control the crowd, man.
Bro, that's a showman, man. That's the Scouser. That's the Liverpool in him too. You know what I'm saying? Yep. So salute to the legend. You already know. But we gonna wrap up. Let's get the super chats, and then we gonna hit y'all with this special. Stay for that special exclusive. You know what I'm saying? We got for y'all.
Yeah, hold on. Go back a little bit. We got Tony Bryant. Okay, no, I got that already. We got JD Gamer gifting 5 ILP memberships once again. Y'all showed out today. Appreciate y'all.
Salute.
Appreciate that, JD Gamer. Put the crest in the chat. Then we have J Boy on the run. $2 in the chat.
Yo.
Jim, what union? Trash new game, remaster now.
Oh, man, Jay Bessie.
Then we have Robert Kelly at $2 super chat. Ultra beefy cuts.
Yo.
Then we have JD Gamer $5 super chat. One more time for the ILP. We need to give them their flowers. They out here hustling. IGN, GameSpot, Game Rant, and more. This is how you do it. Thank you.
Thank you. We work hard. We all work hard. Thank you.
Then we got Spartan 661 $2 super chat. Just enjoying the ILP content. We enjoy all of it. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Let's put the crest in the chat for Lord Bronze Neon Black. Shout out to Neon Black.
Neon Black.
Then we have Corey Tidwell once again, $5 super chat. King, are you saying if Phil would have walked into Ballmer's office at the time and asked for $1.5 billion, he would have gotten stone cold stunned?
Yo, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think he would have got it.
Yeah, it's something about it. Peter Moore comes in.
It's different times deserve different people.
Different people. Yeah.
And I believe at that period of time, because remember, he was still grooming Phil. So you got to take that period-based time. Don't tell me now. I mean, this Phil right now is a different animal. Is it right now today? This Phil right now today can go in there and do that. But I'm talking about that period of time. You know, different people.
He had to build up to it.
Yeah. Phil was out there. He said he had him out there with the what is it? The British, the difficult to deal with studios.
The moment he didn't say who.
He didn't say who, but me and Saul knew exactly what he was talking about. I was like, damn, they have Phil in the trenches, boy.
Yes. The confidence that, and obviously I didn't know Phil to that degree even now, but one would think the confidence of early Phil going into the confidence of veteran Phil at the this far into the game is probably two entirely different people.
Yeah, absolutely. What else we got?
Young scrap ass.
Because life experience teaches you a lot.
It does. And we got Drive By Joe, $5 super chat.
That's my guy.
It's a good day for PlayStation fans when King ain't got much to say about us.
I got a whole bunch to say about you. Y'all lucky. King had a bunch of news, but I was just like, I'm gonna go with the fact that y'all don't want to unionize.
Then we have Silent Cypher, member for 1 month, Lord Bronze. Thank you, Lords, for all that you do. Looking forward to your Starfield content. Thank you.
It's gonna be great. I'm recording it now too.
Then we have Zay316, $2 super chat. Shout out to the Lords and S-tier game Vampire Survivors.
Phil's favorite game. We know. He let me know in my face and embarrassed me in front of Solve and King. It's cool, Phil.
We are caught up, sir. We are caught up.
No doubt. So we're gonna leave y'all with this special again. Tremendous. Yeah. Got it.
I was like, shout out, and I'm sending you guys over to this individual. You got like 6 viewers in there, man. Go in there. Even if you don't got time, go in there. Drop them a like, man. So let's show. So let's bring everyone up.
But
man.
watch this video.
Watch this video first.
No, they can't go there unless they see the video.
Oh, okay. All right, no doubt. So look, everybody, enjoy. Again, thank you for the realm. A tremendous day. We did it with you guys. This was fun, and we got more to look.
Shout out to you, brother. You have not slept trying to put this together. So
I'll be honest. Thank you.
And he did it with the flu. He did his Jordan
and he was not well.
Yeah,
exactly.
I was not well this week. Obviously, a lot of people know I had the MRI, I had a panic attack, had all type of stuff, and then Peter's this week. There's no way I'm missing it, and I have to prepare for this, man. This is one of the legends. So thank y'all for that. I definitely get some well-earned rest. But look, we got a special for you guys. Go stick by my man. Hip hop in the building with a nice one, and we will catch you guys soon.
Peace.
You think it's a game? 660 with Hip Hop Gamer.
660, baby.
It's on now, son. The go to the game, baby.
Hip hop gamer.
Ready for war, rigid the core, never ignore. Sweating your pores, breathing is all. Allergies more, time is all. Furia Esports. Fatal Fury, pay the jury, murder, try to sue me, try to move me, never, ever can you make this movie real life, I'm real nice, in real fights, I'm built right, hip-hop gamer versus everybody, die tonight, devil barrel, break it later, ultimate decapitator, holding up the ratchet, cause your casket is my generator, never was a hesitator, my greatness is getting greater, best to ever do it as a gamer, damn, my name is major, gonna try to battle, don't make me go back to jackal, my status should be a statue, division will rip the classroom, student and a teacher, I'm the leader, better follow me, you looking and you living through the reason I'm anomaly, dominant and prominent, merge and purge, profit hits, my confidence consists, no 8 kiss for compliments, the promises, anybody can get it for anything, there's only one, go to the game, now say my name, King Hip Hop, better believe it, dog, I'm the illest, the realest, gamer, the spit it, the best to go independent, now esports, be furious, you gotta feel it, cause we taking over every corner, the business.
Oh, you're right. Oh, yes, you're right.
I know I'm right.
Disgusting.
Better believe I got the keys, I am the one that you wanna be. Deadly at speed, paying the seed, lyrical kills to any MC. Anyone need, elevating, I am the bar, raising degrees. Don't gonna stop when I'm a beat. Now that I'm the face of gaming, rapidly anticipate and patiently the patient waits. The more they hate reveals the greater who I am and what they ain't. The picture paints of flying stains. Truth is real cause I remain undefeated, no deletion. My mission completes the game.